We would like to thank the following co-presenters: Microsoft, Manulife, Filta Global, Gold Sponsor, Prosple, Silver Sponsor, Apper.ph, Participating Communities, AWS User Group Philippines, PWA Pilipinas, Angular Philippines, Digital Ocean Manila, Mozilla Philippines, Philippine Web Designers Organization, Product.ph, Python Philippines, Women Who Code Manila, DevCon, Drupal Pilipinas, ulap.org, Ministry of Testing Philippines, React.js Philippines, Syntactics Pink, VR Philippines, WordPress User Group Philippines, Supporting Communities, Bicol IT, Google Developers Group Cagayan de Oro, Internet Society Philippines Chapter, Mobile.net Developers Philippines, UXPH, and Pizza Pie. To everyone, thank you! We would like to thank the following co-presenters: Microsoft, Manulife, Filta Global, Gold Sponsor, Prosple, Silver Sponsor, Apper.ph. Participating communities: AWS User Group Philippines, PWA Pilipinas, Angular Philippines, DigitalOcean Manila, Mozilla Philippines, Philippine Web Designers Organization, Product.ph, Python Philippines, Women Who Code Manila, DevCon, Drupal Pilipinas, ulap.org, Ministry of Testing Philippines, React.js Philippines, Syntactics Pink, VR Philippines, WordPress User Group Philippines, Supporting Communities, Bicol IT, Google Developers Group Cagayan de Oro, Internet Society Philippines Chapter, Mobile.net Developers Philippines, UXPH, and Pizza Pie. To everyone, thank you!
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So, good afternoon to our viewers. Good afternoon, tech community. Welcome to our panel discussion, exploring tech career paths today. So, we have here viewers right now. So, I hope we have students here or young professionals who are seeking for jobs. This is a good discussion for you guys. So, what will be expected in this session? You'll be learning about the various tech career paths you can explore today, whether you're a fresh grad, career shifter, or an experience on seeking for career growth. All right, so let's start with our panel discussion. So, before that, I would like to introduce to you our esteemed panel. So, our speakers this afternoon. So let's start with the AVP for Infrastructure of Manulife, Mr. Ross Langshaw.
Hi guys, hope you can hear me.
Our next speaker, is the co-founder and president of Apper.ph, Miss Diwa del Mundo.
Hi, good afternoon,
And the
everyone.
Sir, I'm so sorry, Mr. Diwa. Country manager of GradPhilippines, or growth lead of people, Miss Yohanne Esguerra. And lastly, the co-founder of Filta Global, Miss Narisa Cho.
Hello, Philippines! Woo! I'm
Wow.
ready.
All right. So, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's
All
do
right.
this.
So let's do this. Okay. So let's start with the first question. So again, hopefully we have here job-seeking individuals right now. This could be very helpful to them, right? So our first question: what job opportunities await fresh grads who want to go into software development and IT in general? Maybe we could start with Mr. Diwa.
Yes, of course. So the technology industry has a lot of opportunities for fresh grads seeking to have a career in software development and IT in general. So comparing the industry, let's say 10 to 15 years ago, I would say that there are lots, numerous opportunities. So it's just a matter of the demand is not even a question; it's there. It's a matter of proving that you have the right skills, the right talent, and the right attitude to be in an IT role. Specifically, if you want to be a technical, say if you want to be a technical person, there are opportunities as a software engineer, software developer, or if you want to get into the tech industry, it might not be technical, but there are still opportunities for you. So there are a lot of a huge amount of demand for capable IT professionals in the industry today.
Can we also hear from Mr. Ross?
Sure. Great question. So right now at Manulife, for example, we're a global company. We're just finding the wealth of talent that's here in the Philippines. We're a Canadian company, but we've also got branches in Hong Kong and Vietnam and Malaysia, here in Philippines and all over the world, in the US. What we're doing right now is we're moving some roles from the bigger, more expensive markets like North America to the Philippines. Not a model that's strange to the Philippines. A lot of other companies do it as well. Right now, we're hiring front and back end, full stack engineers, test automation engineers, platform, cloud, DevOps, the whole gamut. We're looking for hundreds of people right now. So the time is right now. What I want to warn new grads is don't think that your education makes you better than an entry-level position. A lot of companies, the entry-level position, they're bringing in you fresh and with your education, but they want to build you up with their styles and their requirements over time. So don't overlook them. A lot of times you just have to pay your dues and get your foot in the door to start your career. Please don't overlook anything that may be of interest for you, but you think it might be above.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you so much. Can we also hear from Ms. Yohanne?
Yep. Hi, everyone. So I think it's really good that, fresh grads are in a very good position right now because the industry is growing. And what Ross said, the Philippines has established our expertise, even in fresh grads. Even in entry level positions, we have established our expertise in the industry. So we are in a very good position to be more more advanced in applying for these roles. The industry is broad and is growing, and it's a matter of knowing what really interests you. So in our platform, we have opportunities being listed by employers from programming, software engineering, front-end developer, web developer. We also are seeing emerging fields that include data science, machine learning, blockchain, cybersecurity. But most of these are still in the early stages here in the Philippines. But like what I said, the fresh graduates right now are in a very good position to take advantage of these opportunities. And another thing is freelancing is also a growing market. So you're not limited to a career path with a specific company. You have a whole world ahead of you that you can grow and you can thrive in, depending on what career path you'd like to choose. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well said. Thank you so much, Ms. Yohanne. Lastly, can we hear from Ms. Nerissa?
Absolutely. Love what everyone's saying. We work with international e-commerce and digital agencies across Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the US, and the UK. We love grads at Filter. So if you're a grad right now, hello, please apply. Because IT professionals in the Philippines I love the talent, the enthusiasm, the hard work. Most of you would know that globally, Filipinos are ranked as they work 8 out of 8 hours. So you're not just competing on a local scale. So grads, don't think of it as I'm competing against, the person I'm sitting next to in the classroom. You are now competing against United States developers, Cambodia, Vietnam, South Africa, Ukrainian, and you guys are amazing. So my thoughts on, in terms of what we're seeing, is the same, very similar. Development, all stacks, front end, back end, full stack, whatever language we need it, we want it. If you're a Ruby on Rails dev, or you want to get into Shopify, hit us up, please. We'd love to hear from you as a grad. I think cybersecurity definitely is something that is going to be coming of age, and we're going to see some more people out. But to give the Filipinos out there some confidence as grads, because that's what the biggest thing we hear is, how do I get a job with an international company? Is Atcha, who's hopefully here tonight. She is in her 3rd year of university. She's doing a degree in computer science. How we spotted her, she works for us part-time, is she was doing a talk. She was doing a talk at university. One of my team members heard her talk on YouTube. We got her into one of our Facebook Live events that's purely for developers. She spoke for an hour. She was amazing. A lot of knowledge, exceptional communication skills, and we offered her a job on the spot. So 3rd year uni, directly reports into myself as the CEO. We love grads. There's opportunities. Take it, run with it, go for it.
All right. So thank you so much, everyone. So with that, it's really true that students sometimes find it hard to look for a job, especially after they graduate. They have what they call it, career crisis, or they tend to get confused what path they should take, right? So with that, you mentioned you love fresh grads, and as a fresh grad, that doesn't mean that you end up with an entry level, right? So with that, how can students prepare themselves to get a better chance of getting into the industry? Can we start with Miss Nerissa, being said that you love fresh grads? So what advice could you give to our students to prepare themselves to get a better chance of getting into the industry?
All right, let me tell you, it's the basics. Please format your resume properly. Please have a portfolio, right? Like this is the basics. Everyone looks the same on paper, all right? Everyone's got a degree. I'm telling you, I'm Australian. We don't care about to be quite frank with you, I don't care what scores or GPA you get at uni. I don't care what university you went to. What I'm looking for is, what have you done during university? Are you freelancing? Have you built sites for your friends and your family want to build something? What are you learning? What courses are you doing that's outside? Like, I want passion, and passion is shown by evidence, and evidence is being obsessed with coding and showing us a portfolio. And I think all of us would agree today is you cannot come out of university and not have a portfolio of work, because to me it means someone's made you go to university and do that course. So I guess the first thing is show a body of work, join councils. You know what? Filter. As I said, we have Facebook Live. We've had 16-year-olds speak. If you want an opportunity to showcase your skills and you haven't finished university, or you've just finished, reach out to us. We'll get you on. It's 20,000 people watch us live every week. You have an opportunity to get a job and really give you that confidence to stand out. And that's what employers are looking for, is what gives you the edge. Because again, when I'm looking at a grad, I'm not looking at them just because they're in the Philippines. I'm comparing them to, what do I get from a grad in the United States? So I'll leave it to the other speakers, otherwise I'll be here all night.
All right, thank you. Can we also hear from Ms. Yohanne?
Yeah, so in terms of preparing themselves, I would echo what Nerissa said. So in terms of preparing your CV, what we usually recommend is 10% education and 90% focusing on the skills and your experience. So with the opportunities right now, you can showcase a lot of work that you have previously done. Even if as a student freelancing, you will be able to get a lot of experiences, and not just experience in coding, but communication skills. There are a lot of soft skills that are being looked into when you're applying for that job. Another tip would be to identify what you really want to do and what career path that you'd like to take. So be self-aware, identify what type of organization you will thrive in, align the values that you have in yourself to the values that you have, that the organization that you're planning to apply to has, or the culture that they're trying to promote in their organization. So those are the key tips. And also to treat your social media profile as a way to build your personal branding. So if you want, how do you want to present yourself? These are very accessible right now. When you're applying for jobs, you should be aligning what you want to showcase, or how you want to showcase or brand yourself with the social media platforms that you have. Another one would be really looking into the organization, focusing on what the role and what you're going to do in that role and in that organization as well. Research on prospective employers. Bonus is that if for example, some of our employers have day in the life stories, what does a day in a software engineer at this employer or this organization looks like, and really get that feel if that's something that you want to do and you want to strive in, the career path that you'd like to grow into. So yeah, those are just a few tips. Again, there are a lot of things in the list, but I'll leave it with the other panelists as well.
Mr. Diwa, any advice you can give to our students right now?
Yeah, so Nerissa and Isai have elaborated some of the key things, like projects portfolio, also the extracurricular activities, especially coming out from school. I had a lot of interviews with fresh grads this past few months, and nowadays I'm really looking for a couple of things. One is for candidates that exhibits the propensity to learn, so the ability to pick up new skills, quickly learn new technical skills, technical competencies. So usually I look at the resume of a candidate or an applicant, and I look for clues that will give me confidence that, even though this person doesn't have experience yet in the industry, but based from what I've seen in the resume, I know that he can pick up skills so fast, because tech skills, technologies come and go, right? And I think what's important is to have a good the ability to really learn and pick up skills. And I think that could go a long way. It could help you when you start your career up to the point that you get to a mid or a senior level practitioner. So yeah, so if you can exhibit that in your resume, then it's a good way to really differentiate yourself from the pack.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ross?
Thanks. Couple things to add, and I agree with everything everybody said already. Research the company that you're interviewing with. If it's a specific company, know what their business lines are. Understand their business model as much as you can. Understand if they're global, if you're going to be supporting global interests and things like that. It's always reassuring for the interviewer to know that you've taken that extra step, and that you're just not going through the paces, and you've got interest beyond just getting an interview. Couple other things: don't undersell your skill set. If you've got a light knowledge of some of the codes, put them in your resumes. No hiring manager today expects the whole laundry list. They're hoping that you've seen things and you've had some interaction in a lot of them. Don't think you need 100% of what's listed in the resume or in the ad. Seldom does a company expect you to come in that way. When you do get an interview, ask questions, pointed questions. It shouldn't be a one-way monologue from an interviewer. It should be a two-way. I always expect my to answer as many questions as I ask in any kind of interview. So those are just some of the tips I've come across over the years.
Yeah, totally agree with everyone. Yeah, it's really important to invest in your skills. So for those students listening right now, yeah, look for a way to learn more, right? To improve your skills. So right now, I saw some questions from our viewers. Maybe we could pick one. I saw this one very interesting here. Any advice for those who are coming from a non-tech related course but would like to work in the tech community? So maybe we could start with Mr. Diwa.
Right. So the question is, how do you get into the IT industry if you don't have a technical degree or a STEM degree, right? So the way to break into the industry if you don't have a computer science or IT degree would be to get yourself to join boot camps or join tech communities, right? It's you need to show a potential employer that you can transition into the industry, right? And if you don't have the right technical background or a tech background in the university or college, you need to somehow show an employer that you can do it and you can do the transition. Since most of the applicants could be coming from tech degrees, a boot camp is a good way to demonstrate that you can transition and you can quickly pick up new skills. So that's it. That I think is it's a good way for you to transition. In addition, you can also, if you don't want to be let's say, go into a technical role in the industry, there are also opportunities that might require a more balanced skill set and interpersonal skills. So there are roles that require to have a level of technical competence, but it doesn't require to be let's say a specialist or a hardcore development skills. So you could be let's say a technical account manager moving forward, or you could be on technical sales. So those roles would require you to have a certain level of technical skills, but it would also require you to have good interpersonal and communication skills in order to demonstrate or convey value to customers and stakeholders.
Well said. Thank you so much, sir. Can we hear from Ms. Yohanne?
Yeah. So to answer that question, advice for who are coming from a non-tech related course but would like to work in a tech community, it's basically building the skill set or building your experience. Doesn't really have to be a degree on paper from a university, but if you can show the employer that you have these kind of experiences from possibly freelancing gigs, boot camps, and other community dev work that you're able to show in your portfolio or your CV, that would already be a good starting point to break into the industry, even without having that degree from university. So it's basically just opening up yourself to different courses that you might be able to get outside the university, from the network that you have and from all of the possible resources that is available to people in the tech industry right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ross?
Yeah, this is an interesting one for me. I don't come from a tech background. So I think somebody mentioned it before about soft skills. A big thing that I'm a proponent of is the liaison between the business and the tech. So if you have some sort of tech knowledge and you can communicate, be the intermediary between the really technical people and the business, it's a huge value. There's a couple less technical avenues I would suggest. Service management, meaning incident problem change, service requests, those type of things. They're on the fringe of the tech world. And project management. If you rack up some project management points and go through that path, IT is always looking for quality IT project managers. So, those would be my suggestions. And apply for my job because I didn't have a tech background.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Nerissa?
Yep, I'm exactly like Ross. I am not techie whatsoever. My suggestions would be Avion School. It's Philippines based. They put people through courses. You have to go through an interview stage. You've got to demonstrate that you're actually interested. And Avion have actually taken on people who are customer support. They've gone through numerous interviews and have been selected, and they do a 3-month boot camp. So I have interviewed people from Avion School, loved their attitude, they're juniors, but certainly have hired them. So that would be a tip. Internships. Of course, when I talk internships, I mean paid internships. Let me just be clear. We have people all the time approaching us for internships. I still interview because I still want to see enthusiasm, interest, good communication skills. But internships are particularly very, very valuable. So definitely go down that road. We have called before about freelancing. Definitely do freelancing. Whether it's through places like Upwork, which of course, why wouldn't you be on Upwork? But also like having those opportunities for others. The other thing is we run the world's largest Shopify e-commerce meetup in the Philippines, Go Philippines. And how we got into that was, again, I'm not a tech head, but we have developers, digital marketers attend every 3 months. And how we got involved is, you know, I go to meetups and I met people in the industry. For instance, you could be saying things like, I'm interested in Shopify. How does that work? So go to virtual networking groups, learn, get to know people, network, be interested in others. And that gives you an idea of kind of how you can move along. Because as Ross said, you don't have to be technical to work in the tech space, but then what we're looking for is high communication skills, high initiative, problem solving, and critical thinking. So that would be my tips. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. So yeah, indeed, you don't really need a wide knowledge on technology to be part of the tech community, right? Especially with the situation right now with the global pandemic, it instantly required us to be techie, right? So we talk to our friends virtually through Messenger, Zoom, or any platform, right? So we focused on advice we can give to our fresh grad or our students. So let's proceed with what can experienced developers do. So let's talk about the professional. I know we have professionals here right now. So what advice could you give to our experienced developers? What can they do to increase the opportunities available for them? Can we start with Miss Yohanne?
Yeah. So for experienced developers in the tech industry, I think
I think you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, So for the more experienced people in the tech industry, what I would advise is to look into more have a self assessment. What do you love and what you're good at? Because when you are in a more senior role, you will have to choose if you're gonna do more coding stuff, more hands-on stuff, or more into the leadership and project management stuff. So you will be more in the middle ground of being able to manage more of those technical stuff and also be more aligned with the internal structure of the business and being more making more decision making for the business and your team's growth. So more on communication skills, critical thinking, and decision making for you to be for job opportunities for a senior or medium or senior level management. So those are my tips.
Mr. Diwa?
I think that's a very interesting question, and it's something kind of tugged something to me because I was a software engineer for most of my career. So I spent more than almost 15 years as a software engineer. And once you get into the mid and senior level, usually you get into a point that you want to ask yourself whether you want to go to the specialist route. So it means continuing to be a contributor, continuing to be a software developer, doing really the implementation, or you want to go more towards leadership and management, right? So usually that's the question that you're going to have once you reach a certain level as a technical person. So it actually is quite good because there are a lot of opportunities that I think you really need to be what do you call this, very honest with yourself with what you want in life, because that will really guide you where you want to go. So determining if you want to be a specialist, really continue to be an engineer, or you want more responsibilities. So it means less coding. It's more of really trying to get people to work toward a common goal to achieve objectives. So if you believe or if you think that there's something more exciting for you, then you need to work on certain skills that normally you didn't experience or you don't have too much experience because most of the time you're talking with computers, right? Doing coding. So I think another question that you might want to ask yourself if you want to be closer to the customer. So as an engineer, usually you're given specs, right? So for some companies, you're given specs, or you might have a product manager who will describe to you the vision of the specifications of the product, and your job is to translate that vision into something tangible as code. So there are also opportunities that would require a closer collaboration to the customer. So let's say you want to experience working with the customer, solving their problem. So coming from a technical background, you could venture, let's say, into solutions architecture, and that require a lot of interactions with customers. Another variant of that is if you don't want to be a specialist or a contributor doing coding, There's also an opportunity if you want to be some sort of an in-between, let's say a stakeholder, a product manager, and the engineering team. So there are also opportunities for that for technical product managers or business analysts. Okay, so that's those are the paths or the opportunities that you encounter once you reach the medium or senior level positions.
Thank you. Mr. Ross?
Not much to add. I agree with all of that. A few years ago at Manulife, we realized that we were losing really smart technical people because our model kind of hit a ceiling for the technical people. Whereas if you wanted to go into the management and the product ownership and things like that, you could keep going up, but it was tough to get past a certain level for the for developers and engineers. So we fixed that. So what I would suggest to the experienced people out there is to ask the company what your opportunities are going each path you want to go, whether you want to stay completely technical and a single contributor type of thing, or if you want to go into the people management and product management, what are your limitations and how far can you go? And don't get an empty answer that you can go as far as you want. A lot of companies aren't built like that. They have limitations for their technical people. So again, ask the important questions when interviewing.
Ms. Narisa?
Love what everyone's saying. I would totally agree with what everyone's saying there. So that's awesome. What I would like to highlight is when you're looking at your career, regardless of which stage you are in your career, always think about what is my end goal and make a strategic move. Don't just take a job because it pays more money. That is a mistake that a lot of people seem to make. It's really about what do I need for me to get to where I am, right? And what sort of company is going to best suit what I want and my lifestyle and where I want to go. And then regardless if you're in a job now or you're thinking about moving, my thoughts for mids and seniors, which is always the challenge, is I want to earn more money, I want to go somewhere, I want to do things. I'm going to focus more on international opportunities. A lot of the developers that work with our clients actually get to sit in virtual meetings with, CEOs, CTOs from all around the world. And a lot of them never thought they'd have that opportunity. So if you can develop that confidence and that ability to communicate and at a senior level and feel comfortable understanding briefs from clients, whether it's internal or external, the world is your oyster. And why limit yourself just to, maybe you want to travel, maybe you want to get a job in Singapore. Philippines. Philippines is awesome, but maybe that's your career path, your life journey. Maybe you'd love to get a job in Australia or the US. So think big and think, how does this job take me where I need to go? And as I said, really focus on your critical thinking. What are you adding value to the business? How are you doing it? And then think about communication. A lot of Filipinos, particularly devs, I appreciate, you're generally introverted, you love being in a dark room, playing Fortnite. I totally understand that, right? And sitting on a computer is like your worst nightmare, talking to people because you're in the zone. But the developers that get places and go where they need to be really work hard at developing those skill sets. So have that confidence, practice. I know the biggest thing is a lot of Filipinos have amazing English, but they think they're terrible, but they're not. So get that confidence about speaking to as many people internally as possible. We had a developer, he was very stressed about his English. I would visit numerous times, he would barely say hello to me. He came to Australia for 3 weeks, obviously pre-COVID, okay? He came to Australia on site. It was like a brand new person. And when he came back to the Philippines, he said, okay, no one's allowed to talk to me in Tagalog. I have to force myself to speak English because I realized I could do it. He's a total new man. Of course, if I could speak Tagalog, that would be amazing. I'm not as blessed as you who can speak multiple languages. Apologies. But what I'm saying is have that confidence, practice, watch US TV shows. You know, whatever gets you feeling comfortable in speaking in English and just owning it. Filipinos are so humble. And the biggest thing I hear from developers is, I don't want to brag. I don't want to be bragging. Trust me, you never brag. Even when you think you're bragging, you're just being normal to us, right? Own who you are, have confidence, and just go for it. So I'm saying dream big, okay, guys? Don't limit yourselves. Dream big. The opportunities are out there. You are not competing just for local companies. You can have a wonderful opportunity with great international companies as well.
So well said. So yeah, we've tackled on advice you could give to our students, to our experienced developers. So I have here one interesting question. I think we could career shifters could relate to this. We have here any tips for developers or people with more of a technical background on how to prepare when currently transitioning to positions that are more of in between. So example being a project manager or perhaps business analyst. So yeah, I could consider this as a career shifter, right? So maybe we could start with Mr. Ross.
I wish I had an easy answer. Soft skills are so hard to teach. I tend to think either you got them or you don't. So I think if you've already got the technical background and people say, hey, you would be great doing this, IT project manager, for example, it means you've got the soft skills. I can't teach it. I don't have them. I can't teach them. I think Marissa's got them, but I don't have them. And I don't speak Tagalog either. Even though I've been here a year, I just can't yet because I've been locked up for a year. Yeah, so I wish I had a tip for. I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe we could hear from Miss Yohanne.
Yep. So again, focusing on, because you already have that technical background and now you're transitioning for something in between, I think more focus on problem solving and decision making. So I think those are the key things that you might want to consider if you're not really, if that's not a self identified attribute of yours, or that's something that you're not really comfortable in doing yet. I think that's one tip that you need to be embracing fully if you are going to transition to that role, because that's one of the key things that you need to be prepared for when you are a project manager. You will be handling a lot of people, there will be a lot of challenges, and you will need to be able to be the in-between for being able to deliver for the clients, for the management, and also at the same time communicate to the developers or the team what needs to be done. So communication skills, problem solving, and decision making are the key tips that I'll be able to share.
That's what I meant to say.
Okay. Can we also hear from Mr. Diwa? Any tips you could give to our career shifters or want to shift careers?
Yeah, okay, sure. So there are a couple of specific tips that I could give you. One is to join a tech community. Not just join, actually volunteer to be a leader, because handling a tech community requires a lot of work and communication, work with various people. So that's where you're going to develop the patience, the interpersonal skills, and working with the various types of people. So that's one. The second one is try to venture into something that you're not comfortable with. So let's say if you're coming from a technical background, perhaps public speaking is something new to you. So what you can do is you can join, let's say, a public speaking club, like let's say like Toastmasters, or some online speaking group that could help you increase or improve your communication skills, because those will really come into play when you become a manager or in between, right? Another tip, but I'm not sure how to describe it in a more concrete way. You need to develop the ability to interpret or understand requirements. Uh, Usually, when you become a manager, you talk to customers or you talk to stakeholders. Sometimes you're given one line, two line like mandates on let's say on the software or product that you are tasked to do, right? And sometimes that if you have the right experience already, more or less, you know what to do on how to manage the risk, and also create a strategy in delivering a solution to a certain problem or a certain requirement. But sometimes when you're starting, I guess that's a very complicated and very excruciating experience, especially the first few years, because usually there are disagreements and misunderstandings. So you need to develop that. And I think the way to do that is really try talking to people, especially non-tech people, and try to understand what they're saying. Because if you think about the products that or apps that we use nowadays, when they started as pitch decks, they're kind of simple, right? So let's think about Grab or Uber. If you think about it, it's connecting riders and drivers. So when you talk to someone who has the vision to come up with this product, it's just a one sentence. I want to connect riders and drivers. But once you get into the specifics, all of a sudden it becomes really, really complicated. So as a manager, you should have the patience, the ability to assess, to predict uncertainties, and that require a lot of experience.
Miss Narisa?
What they said, 100%.
All right. Totally agree with what Mr. Diwa said, to join a tech community. So very timely right now with our event, right? So me myself, actually, I've been a member of DevCon, Developers Connect, ever since I was college up until I became a professional. So that really helped me hone my skills. I was able to organize big events in our city. So yeah, very, very helpful. All right. So we still have time. So for those who'd like to ask questions to our panel, you could throw in your questions on the comment section, and we could choose some questions. So for now, maybe we could proceed with another questions, more focusing more on for professionals. So this one, what are the lesser known roles out there, like positions that are either not too popular or too new that not a lot of people apply for them, especially with the IT graduates? Most of them, they are expected to land as developers or programmers. When you're an IT graduate, you're expected to, okay, you would well like to become a developer or programmer. So maybe there are other positions that are not familiar with our professionals or our students or graduating students. What are those roles that are not too familiar? Can we maybe start with Mr. Diwa?
I think that's a very interesting question. I would say the most underrated role in the industry would be a software test engineer. The reason is it requires technical competence, of course, because you need to do automation of testing. But at the same time, you need to have the ability to look at a product or an implementation and see how it can deliver value consistently to customers. So the name or title might vary. So sometimes people call them quality engineers, software development for test automation engineers. So there are a lot of variants, but ultimately it's all about automating manual testing. And while it might sound simple, it's actually very complex. So let's think about let's say if you're a company releasing let's say a web application or a mobile application. you need to have a solid test suite, right? And before you release, usually it goes through a set of people, set of QA people doing last minute checks if a release is good enough for to be distributed to the public, right? If you want to automate that, so imagine that if you're doing more releases per day or more releases per week, right? So it means that's somehow you need to do the automation, and doing that automation requires a lot of skills because you need to have the ability to program, but you still need to have the ability to assess if the feature implementation is good enough or it meets the requirements. So that's I think it's very underrated. Usually, a lot of people want to go what's the next big role or next big thing, whether it's data scientist, machine learning engineer, or DevOps engineer. But no one is talking about the roles that could really multiply the velocity of a company. So imagine if you can do 90% automated tests for a mobile app company, right? So it means that you can do a release almost every day because 90% of the time, you're guaranteed that all of the features are automatically checked by automated tests. And you just need to have a quick check for some of the remaining 10% of the features manually. So I would say that's the most underrated role in the industry.
Thank you so much. Can we hear from Ms. Narisa?
Awesome. I'm excited because if you're a developer, you're in IT right now, Shopify, again, is the platform. It's the fastest growing e-commerce platform. There's over 1 million retailers. It's not, a lot of Filipino devs think Shopify is very basic. It's not. It's a lot of API integrations. It's a lot of custom work. People that we're looking for, if you've got JavaScript, things like the language is called Liquid, Ruby on Rails. This is where you should be living, breathing. If you want money and if you want a career, Shopify, I should be paid by Shopify, honestly. Seriously, come and work for us because that is absolutely where we're seeing the demand globally. E-commerce globally is blowing up. We're seeing it in the Philippines as well. Obviously, even supermarkets now, Shopsuki, which is in Mindanao, is blowing up. It's a Shopify Plus. Philippine stores servicing the community, all on online retail. Pen Shop, love Pen Shop. Who doesn't love Pen Shop? If I could shop all day on Pen Shop, I would. They're Shopify Plus customer. So if you want even to work for wonderful, well-known local brands and support Filipino brands, these guys are all on Shopify Plus. And if I had $1, for every company, every owner that comes to me globally about what job do I want, I would be a millionaire, because the one thing I hear from countries all around the world, agency owners all over the world, is a Shopify developer. So hear me. You need to get involved in Shopify. You need to do freelancing. You need to come to our events, do the courses. Seriously, if you're a developer, that is the future. That's where it is. The money, the benefits, international opportunities. That's it. That's how I see it.
Thank you. Ms. Yohanne?
Yeah, so for emerging fields, you have mentioned all of it. We have data science, Shopify development, machine learning, but more importantly, I'd like to address the question of being tired of competing in the saturated market. So I'd like to focus more, instead of the emerging fields, more than the roles in the position. My tip is to look into the company. The competition is really high in some of the biggest companies in the region right now, but there are also smaller agencies and companies that are looking for highly talented software developers. And some advantages of being in these small companies and agencies or startups are more hands-on training tailored to your needs, often easier to advance your career path in, and gain broader knowledge because you work closely with other team members or team members from different teams in the organization. And there's also a huge opportunity to be able to work and have direct exposure with senior leadership. So also one disadvantage is when the culture is not good for companies that are really like a global at a global scale, and if you are working and the values are not aligned to what you want to be in, the career path that you like to be in, it could lead to overwork and burnout. So as you judge different responsibilities, you'll be able to face those kind of challenges. So just being able to get exposed to different opportunities outside the biggest companies that most of software developers are looking to get into. That's one of my tips, to also look into smaller companies that would give you or would yield more opportunities and more career growth than you might think.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ross?
Yeah, it was interesting that Diwa brought up test automation engineer, because we're hiring for those positions right now and having some difficulties filling the spots. In my company, we've got 1,000+ IT staff, and only probably 300 to 400 fall into the DevOps engineering, and that's just in the Philippines. The DevOps Philippines or DevOps engineering situation. So there's all sorts of fringe positions available out there. Investigate, look into things, and again, don't limit yourself to what you think you should be going after. Open up your mind and maybe it's something else. Just because you spent a couple of years at school, I went through school as an economist. I've never spent a minute outside of my education being an economist. So you can always change and keep your mind open. The thing I always do in this industry, look back 5 years and look at a couple job applications or job ads and see what's changed. Everything's changed. There's so much difference. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't put all your eggs in one program or language. Keep learning. Keep learning, because things are going to change, and you want to be ready for when the next greatest Shopify happens.
All right. So thank you so much for such it's been an insightful afternoon. Myself, I learned a lot from all the discussions we have. However, we have limited time. So before we end, I just like to ask a very few words from you guys. Maybe we could have parting advice to all our participants. Let's start with Miss Yohanne.
Yeah, so parting advice is to assess what you really want to, what career path you'd like to go into. So there are a lot of opportunities, a lot of resources available for us right now, and don't just settle for something that would give you good money. It needs to be a balance of what you love, what you'll grow in, and of course what pays. So find that balance and really apply that to the career path that you are wanting to take, and look for an organization that is aligned to the values, to your values, and that's where you will really thrive in.
Thank you. Mr. Diwa?
Yeah. So I wasn't able to predict what will happen to me when 15 years after I started in the industry. So I started in mid 2000s, and 15 years after, wasn't expecting that. The state of the technologies and my career. So, but I think if I'm going to give myself 15 years ago some tips, I would focus on really picking up skills, learning how to learn new things, have the propensity to learn, and always do the things that you don't want to do, so that really keep you on the edge and will help you prepare in this fast-paced industry.
Thank you. Ms. Nerissa?
Simple. My advice is believe in yourself, challenge yourself, and go for it.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Ross?
Very quickly, always learn new skills in this industry. Always, always, always. And when you're on Zoom calls, turn your fan away from your microphone because that wind sound is terrible. So that's all I got.
All right. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Based on the comments we have here, I know our participants really learned a lot. I really learned a lot. So thank you so much. This has been a very meaningful discussion. Thank you also to our participants who joined with us this afternoon. Please join us with the following sessions tonight. I think that would be all. All right. So once again, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
We would like to thank the following co-presenters: Microsoft, Manulife, Filta Global, Gold Sponsor, Prosple, Silver Sponsor, Apper.ph, Participating Communities, AWS User Group Philippines, PWA Pilipinas, Angular Philippines, Digital Ocean Manila, Mozilla Philippines, Philippine Web Designers Organization, Product.ph, Python Philippines, Women Who Code Manila, DevCon, Drupal Pilipinas, ulap.org, Ministry of Testing Philippines, React.js Philippines, Syntactics Pink, VR Philippines, WordPress User Group Philippines, Supporting Communities, Bicol IT, Google Developers Group Cagayan de Oro, Internet Society Philippines Chapter, Mobile.net Developers Philippines, UXPH, and Pizza Pie. To everyone, thank you!
Let's mute. So sorry. Good afternoon, tech community. So good afternoon to all of our participants this afternoon. So welcome to day 2 of Tech Week 2021. So my name is Isabella Alvarez and I will be your host for tonight's event. So I hope you're all set for our today's topic, which is focusing on the tech career paths. So for students, professionals, or career shifters, this topic is for you. So, um, so once again, welcome to day 2. So for those who were able to join yesterday, welcome back. Okay. So just in time for our community quiz. So I invite you all to join our quiz for a chance to win 500 pesos worth of Grab food vouchers. So for those who have not yet taken their dinner, this is something for you. To join the quiz, just go to joinmyquiz.com and enter the code you see on the screen. It's 654776. Once again, the link is joinmyquiz.com, and to join the game, please enter the code 654776. Okay? Just a few reminders. Use your full name, your registered name in joining the game. Okay? This is for verification purposes in claiming your prizes. So once again, I invite you all to our community quiz. Get a chance to win 500 pesos worth of Grab food vouchers. Wow, so just in time. We're about to have our dinner, so while listening to our speakers, right? So once again, I invite you all to our community quiz. So get a chance to win 500 pesos worth of Grab food vouchers. So we'll be choosing 5 winners. So again, join myquiz.com and enter the game code you see on the screen. 654776. Do we have... I can see some familiar names here. See? Once again, I invite you all. We'll be starting at 6:06. 1 minute to join. Invite your friends to join our quiz. All right, let's start. How many participating and supporting tech communities do we have in Tech 2021? Okay, we have people who answered so fast. All right. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Okay, some were not able to answer. What happened? We have here our leaderboard. Okay. Let's proceed to the next question. What is the event's official hashtag? Right. Three. What happened? Why aren't the others not answering? Time's up. Hey, we have Alab Fox as our top one. Okay, we'll be choosing 5 winners, guys. So, 2 of you got it wrong. Next question. PH Tech Week this year theme is me. Time's up. All answers in. We have here our leaderboard. Okay, we have on top 1, Mark Anthony. And we got 8 who got it right. Yay. Okay, habol. For those who'd like to enjoy 500 pesos worth of Grab food vouchers. Next question. From Monday to Friday, our keynote talks start at Time's up. All right, so we have here 20, you got it right. Some maybe you were referring to our partner sessions. Okay. In total, how many tracks, topic, and activities in PH Tech Week 2021 based from our calendar? You have 15 seconds to answer. Okay, here you go, guys. Grab that Grab food voucher. All right. Time's up. Yay. Hey. So we have still only 5 got it right. On to our next question. In Tech Week 2021, how many pocket events are organized by members of the PH Tech community? So for those who have been actively joining our session, so they might know the answers. You could take a wild guess, guys. Come on. Time's up. Hey, we have another set of top 5 right now. Okay, 14 got it right. Next question. PH Tech Week 2021 is co-presented by so there were people who answered so fast. How about the others? Come on. Time's up. So 35 got it right. So we have Microsoft, Manulife, and Filta. Thank you so much. PH Tech Week 2021 is an event of the Philippine Tech Community Leads. Time's up. So you can see our leaderboard here. Real time were our top 5. Okay. True. 37 got it right. Okay. You can still catch up. Our next question. What is the official website for PH Tech Week 2021? Time's up. Wow. Right. So 31 got it right. Okay. Next question. Nangangamoy grab food vouchers. With this year's theme of building skills, better careers with tech communities, member organizations of the Philippine Tech Community put the spotlight on honing the skills not just of its members, but also of... Okay, that was a very long question. Time's up. Hmm, 43 got it right and 1 got it wrong. Okay, not bad. All right, so that's the end of our community quiz. So we have here our winners. Can we see our winners? Oh, so we have here our top 3. Okay, it's gone. Nawala siya. So we have here our top 5. Wow. Okay, you can see we have the names. So good job, guys, for using your registered names. So you will be contacted by our team for your Grab food vouchers. Okay, diba? Easy dinner. Okay, so you now have your dinner for tonight. All right, congratulations to all of our winners. Right. So once again, congratulations to our winners and thank you for participating in our community quiz. So thank you so much. Once again, I welcome you all to day 2 of our Tech Week 2021. So before we start, just a little overview. So PH Tech Week actually is the first of its kind conference in the country, showcasing different like-minded and community-focused organizations today. So with this year's theme, building skills, better careers with tech communities. Member organizations of the Philippine Tech Community put the spotlight on honing the skills not just of its members, but also of each and every Filipino during these trying times. So we have different sessions on this week-long event. We have keynotes, talks, workshops, co-organized by the different member communities representing technologies from all corners of the industry. Okay, so to know more about the PH Tech Community, you may visit www.phtechcommunity.org. Right. So before that, we would like to thank our sponsors, our co-presenters, Microsoft, Manulife, and Filta. Thank you also to our gold sponsor, Prosple, and our silver sponsor, Apper.ph. So just a quick walkthrough on our week. we had our day one yesterday, which is Monday. Okay, current trends for productivity were tackled. So for tonight, uh, tech career path. So once again, for our students, professionals, or even those who plan to shift with their careers, this is topics right for you. So you might want to listen. So here are also the other topics that will be discussed all throughout the week. Or you may visit our website to know more or to look at the details. Okay. Okay. So for those who would like to win some of our vouchers, we have photos of the day raffle. So just post a photo highlighting your experience or thoughts of PH Tech Week to win prizes. So get a chance to win 1,000 worth of Lazada vouchers. Okay. It's just simple. Post a photo of you or your experience, okay, during the Tech Week, and make sure to use the hashtag PH Tech Week 2021. So we will be checking different social media platforms. So winners will be picked from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. So no matter what platform you'll be using, okay, no problem. And make sure to set your post to public, okay, so that we will be able to see it. The more photos you post, the more entries you get. Okay, so no limit, guys. Just post everything or any photo you want, okay, during your experience, and again get a chance to win 1,000 worth of Lazada vouchers. Winners will be announced at the end of the closing program and on social media. Okay. Right. So once again, post your photos. Okay. No matter what photo you'd like to post it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or LinkedIn, and make sure to set it on public to be able to win 1,000 worth of Lazada vouchers. Right. So without further ado, let us proceed with our keynote speaker. Our first keynote speaker is Coca-Cola Beverage Philippines Chief Information Officer and sits in the senior leadership team of the company. Let us all welcome Ms. Winnie Rebancos. Good evening, Ms. Winnie.
Hi. Hi. Am I coming in clear?
Yeah.
All right. Good. And I'm showing my screen. Is everyone able to see that? There. Okay. All right. So I can start now.
Let's go ahead, please.
All right. So good evening to everyone. My name is Winnie, and I hope that you're having uh, uh, your best time here. And thank you, Philippine Technology, for this opportunity to actually share. And I know that this community is a gathering of leaders, not just from the student side, but also from the professional side. I'm just happy to be here. So thank you for inviting me. My talk is going to be about your true north. I titled it as your true north mainly because I wanted to share how can we find that star, that north star, and focus on how to build our career profile. instead of not just a career path. So what do we say about the North Star? It's the anchor of the northern star of the northern sky. It's not necessarily the brightest star, but it is a landmark. It has been a landmark. It has been used as a landmark or a sky marker, and everyone who follows it are able to determine the direction. And because it glows brightly, it is able to guide and lead toward a purposeful destination. So similarly, our career profile or our career path does that for us. I like the how do I shift? So I like the saying that Tim Cook has actually provided, and it talks about how the North Star is playing in the field. No? So he said that your North Star would actually be your values. So your values matter. And the word takes on a different new meaning, whole new meaning when you feel that you're pointed in the right direction. Otherwise, it's just a job. So your career just becomes a job if you don't have any values in it. And life is too short for that. So that's according to Tim Cook. Okay. I am not able to share. Okay, so who knows this guy? So this guy is actually not a master of anything, but he has created all of these things. Elon Musk is the head and the brain behind the PayPal, SpaceX, Tesla, Hyperloop, Solar City, Neuralink, and to think that he all did this not because he was a technology graduate, but because he just so wanted doing it. And that is one of the reasons why we say that the CIO role is no longer the highest or is no longer the pinnacle of any IT career nowadays, because digital business has created white spaces into which technology leaders are best positioned to step. So CIOs are increasingly moving to other roles such as COO, CEO, or any business line leader. You can become what you want to be nowadays. So it's not just when you reach a CIO role, oh, that's already the highest. No, you can be whatever you want to be. You can start another company. You can start another. You can be even a board of director in any of the companies. So during these times of uncertainty, knowing what to do next is easier to figure out if people or individuals have a light to shine toward what is in front of them, similar to the North Star. For organizations, values serve that role. But for individuals, it is the sense of personal purpose, the synergy between what they are great at and what they love and what is needed. So that's why I love this guy so much, because he is the embodiment of that specific sense of purpose. Okay. I mentioned anchoring yourself to a purpose. Most of you might have probably read or know Martin Luther King. When he was 34 years old, he had this I had a dream speech. So he was very, very young when he started that. And he so wanted to start the civil rights movement. And he went to a mentor. So he asked, what does the world need now? And that mentor said, what has made you come alive? So that was the only question that person was trying to ask Martin Luther King. So in his mind, he was talking about the civil rights movement, but the mentor was asking him, what is that one thing that is making you come alive? And that's what the world actually needs. It doesn't need anyone with a dream or anyone who just wants to start a movement, but the world needs people who have come alive. I want to share with you my life story, because when I was younger and we started from very humble beginnings, I pushed that and I used that as a purpose to make it possible that my parents would actually live a very comfortable life after graduation, because I have seen them work hard and was not able to provide the needs that our family actually requires. So I am the eldest in a brood of 5. And when on my 18th birthday, I promised myself that I will make sure that my parents will actually have everything of what they are worrying now gone and disappear as soon as I actually am able to work. So what I did was to plan my future. And I did all that just based on textbooks. I did not have a mentor at that time. I was just 18 years old. I would not have professors who I can call mentors, and I would not have professional career mentors as well. So I did not have any idea what career path am I going to have. So I just did my research on textbooks. And I saw that if I become a programmer, I would then be able to become systems analyst and then probably reach to becoming a project manager. I gave myself like 6 years. And in the span of 6 years, I should be able to get a home for my parents because I so wanted to give them a comfortable life that they were not able to provide us. So I promised that. And for a time, that has become my purpose. So if I am to go back to the conversation between Martin Luther King and that mentor, what has made you come alive? Then that specific dream, what has made me come alive? So in essence, anchoring yourself to a purpose actually gives you at least a path of where you would want to go, what path you would want to take in the future. The second piece is becoming uncomfortable. Last 2019, and I'm going to share with you one specific activity in Coca-Cola where I am very most proud of. In 2019, we were doing several initiatives, several technology initiatives. And then one day, we were cleaning the trucks, and our CEO was asking me, Winnie, can you do a tech lunch? And I was just like, how do I do a tech lunch? What do you mean I do a tech lunch? And he said, why don't you do something similar with what Steve Jobs has done? And he was referring to the launch of the Apple iPhone. And then I said, okay, so what do you want me to do in the Apple launch? Do you want me to give away tablets? Because that's going to be easy. And then he said, no. I want you to launch all that you have worked for in the past 6 months, 8 months, and then deliver it on this day and making everybody aware of what technology advances have we already put forward. So I said, I stopped for a moment and I didn't know where to start. And I was already thinking the project backlogs that we have in the company, will we be able to finish all those in January? We were speaking in August, and that is just going to give me like 4 or 5 months to actually deliver everything so that by January, I will be able to do something. You know what I said? I learned during my entire career that I should say yes to something, even if it's very uncomfortable, even if it's very hard for me. But because I know that I will have time to actually study and to actually make preparations enough for us to deliver something, I said yes, without even knowing if in 5 months I will be able to pull all those initiatives, all those technologies together. So when January came, we did host the top 250 leaders of the company in a hotel. And we asked all of them in that gathering to be very cautious and very pragmatic. And we want them to learn fast. You know, the leadership of the top 250 in Coca-Cola is a mix of several age groups. And as the technology lead for Coca-Cola, I know that the main challenge is actually infusion of technology to a different mix of age groups. So what I wanted the team to understand is that learning and technology can be fun altogether. So we gamified the entire experience. We made it more fun for the age brackets who would always complain about hitting screens or pressing any buttons. So we made it fun, we made it more business, and it was like a Disney experience for them. It was a very uncomfortable situation at the beginning because it was like committing to something, but it made us deliver to what we promised the organization. At the end of that day, everyone from the top 250 was actually thanking us. They even gave the entire technology team a round of applause, mainly because of the many things that they were able to learn in that day. We launched like 7 applications during that day, and all of them, the top 250, went home learning new tricks, and learning a lot of things from the technology side. So it's not really true that old dogs don't learn new tricks, but that day we proved that everyone can actually learn faster. Just they just need to give it a try. So that was the technology launch. Um, I also learned that long-term success come from short-term embarrassment. And what do I mean by this? This is a quote that I got from Sunil Gupta, the founder of Rise. The practice sessions, or whenever we would have a period where probably we have made mistakes because we have chosen a wrong career, or we have made mistakes because it was not the step to actually where we want to be. It is actually called a practice session. In these practice sessions can be an exhibition matches so that you can learn more. And even if it makes you uncomfortable, because if it does not make you comfortable, then you are not learning. So I think all of these things that you learn along the way actually make you a better person and a better professional. To maintain a competitive advantage in the marketplace and to create a more sustainable and rewarding career over time, one must take full responsibility for it. Gone are the days that the traditional approach to actually planning your career and relying it to your employer and follow a rigidly defined lockstep progression career path. It's no longer applicable in this time or in this age. Remember the first slide or the second slide that I showed you where Elon Musk is? So it's no longer career path that you are planning, that you are actually following. So in my entire career, if I can share with you, I probably would have followed in the first few years a textbook concept that a career path should start with programming and then ending up with becoming a project manager. Ultimately, trying to understand that it does not end there and it does not even start from there. So you have to really build a career profile rather than a career path. The new approach to developing and managing career in IT is actually taking control of your destiny and creating a career profile, similar to what I have mentioned, that is more effectively preparing you for the unknown and the unexpected. A profile is representative of a composite of levers. It is passion, life stage, and related personal factors, or career aspirations, aptitudes, education, trainings, experiences. To compete in this very competitive market, IT professionals must maximize the opportunities available and control and accelerate the levers of their career profile by following the CAR factors. You know what CAR factors? So C is for being well connected. I think we need to all have a very diverse background of connections. A is for being highly adaptable to whatever situations there is going to be. Learn fast, fail fast, and then recover fast. And always be receptive to new opportunities. This is actually my second life in Coke. I joined Coke when I was still younger, and then I moved out of Coke, and then joined other 2 companies in between. And then I joined back when I was invited back to join Coke. And now I am staying here for 13 years, going 14 years this August this year. So I think we need to all have that car, having well managed connections. We need to be highly adaptable and always receptive to new opportunities. The problem with opportunities is it doesn't often come in several occasions, and it's just there. It just needs to be grabbed. No, so whenever an opportunity or a change is there, embrace it. If you are comfortable, as I said, then you are not learning. So I like this photo of this ant actually lifting a small branch because it is defying the notion that it's just small and it's weak. So when you put yourself in an uncomfortable situation, there is the biggest opportunity for growth. You ask yourself always, what am I going to learn in this situation? I remember when I first was offered a role to manage a team of IT practitioners or IT professionals, and that was the first time that I had to do um, a very expandable role. I asked myself, can I do it? And because I did not have the confidence at that time, I said no. So it was a promotion. It was something that I would lead a huge team. And I said no. Why? Because I felt that I am already comfortable. I like what I was doing at that time. I already had the connections that I needed. I was enjoying what I was doing. And then my boss actually told me, I'll give you the next weekend to think it through. I am not going to receive a no from you when we get on Monday. So I spoke to my husband at that time. And then, you know what my husband told me? He said that I should have said yes. And I should be saying yes the following Monday. Why? Because it's going to be a good opportunity for me to learn. I may be enjoying what I am having now, or all the learnings that I am learning now, but there's going to be a different opportunity when you move to the next level. So I said, okay, I didn't know what to expect. So I said, okay. So come Monday, I said yes to my boss. And then he told me that he's going to be with me all throughout and he will be my mentor. So that gave me a piece of confidence to myself and also to the new leadership role that I was going to handle at that time. So my suggestion or my advice when you encounter that, please do not say no to a promotion. Always say yes. Your leaders are seeing potential in you that you might not be seeing from your perspective. When your leader is actually seeing a positive potential in you, that means that you need to work on something so that you would have the same lens that your leader is using and be able to have that confidence so that in return you can perform the job well. Okay, so it's okay to make vulnerable. And I made the mistake. I made the mistake by saying no at that point in time. But I guess the new world is about continuous learning and becoming what you really want to be. I may not have wanted a higher position at that time, but the desire in me have always been wanting to help. And one idea of coming out of that is being able to help more, because in going to another role, you're actually expanding your circle of trust, you're expanding your breadth of responsibilities and your depth of accountabilities. So it's a new learning. One key also to building confidence is expanding collaborator of trust or your network of trust. I remember another author from one book that I read that once in your life, you need to have 4 C's. You need to have a collaborator, a person whom you are always confident to actually share and who will have the same views as you. And then a coach. A coach is someone who will not be telling you what to do, but who will actually be able to bring out what you need to do in you, from you, without actually telling you what to do. So it's like a teacher asking you questions and you answering the teachers, ultimately finding out for yourself that, hey, the answer is just from me. I mean, the teacher is not really doing his job. The teacher is just teaching you how to do it or what to do, but eventually the solution to the problem is actually coming from you. The third is you need to have a cheerleader. My cheerleader has always been my father or my parents, my father and my mother. And whenever I attain something, I always go back to them and then tell them, oh, this is what I have achieved. Now that I am married, my number one fan, my number one cheerleader is my husband. Whatever I achieve, he is always there to support me. He has been a very great cheerleader and a very fun cheerleader as well. And then lastly is a critic. You need to have a critic in your life. That person is the one who will be giving you a different perspective, not always saying yes to what you think, but at least giving you a different light of what you're thinking and probably a different lens. So be uncomfortable, making sure that whatever is out there is not going to be easy, but will allow you to learn and to grow. Okay. And then lastly is helping others. I think if I can share with you, there have been two main things that I have considered very close to my heart, big initiatives that we have done in Coca-Cola. So if I can share one is having this Code Festival. So Code stands for Coca-Cola Developer Enablement Initiative. So this was born in 2019. And this was out of the idea that I thought, because in multinational corporations, accept it or not, most of those who are invited would actually come from the top 5 schools and universities in the country. So I was talking to my CEO and telling him, you know what, not all the diamonds are actually out there in the top schools in the country, but there are diamonds in the rough. And then he was asking me, and then this is what he told me. You know what, we are the same. We are not graduates of the top schools. He is Irish, and he was telling me that he was also not a graduate of the top schools in Ireland, mainly because his parents cannot afford it. And he was one with me when I shared the idea of why not do a hackathon. And that hackathon will pave the way for, number one, creating a pool of talent that major companies in the Philippines can actually get from. So I partnered with Microsoft Philippines at that point in time, and then also got the sponsorship of Globe and PLDT. And we worked together. The 4 companies work together. Microsoft has given YIPS as a non-profit organization to help us out in the culminating activity. So what happened was we invited schools who were already partners with Microsoft. And these schools, I specifically chose them from the list of schools that Microsoft has given us. And I wanted to pick the universities, state universities and state colleges where it's not really part of the top 5. No? So I chose the schools, and I made sure that I talked to the deans of the schools. So I invited them and asked them that, okay, so we're doing a hackathon at Coke, and we wanted to invite your students and your best students. And the ultimate objective is to make sure that when we give you problems, you will be able to share with us what probable solutions your kids or your students can actually think of. We wanted to get fresh ideas from the next generation of leaders, and we are talking about students who are in the 3rd year or 4th year in college. So we partnered with the schools, and we have actually invited 6 state colleges during that time. We got a total of 100 participants, and we trimmed them down to 30. And all of them provided the ideas that are focusing on Coca-Cola Beverages Philippines, customer, consumer, community, and employee engagement or corporation engagement. And wow, we've got several ideas. And we've given them an opportunity to actually present or pitch in their ideas to the senior management of Coca-Cola. That is giving them an opportunity to actually voice out what they have and be creative enough, and also be speaking to the senior leadership team and responding to questions about the solutions or the applications that they have developed. So we just did not give them a pool for spotlight, so that the 4 companies who are working on this initiative can actually see them as talent. But we have also given them an avenue wherein they can showcase their creativity, and they can showcase their design, technical knowledge, and presentation skills. So that is one. The other piece that I am most proud of with the work that I am doing right now is on the diversity and inclusion. I am a women empowerment champion in Coca-Cola. In 2019, I was the only woman leader in the leadership team. So I am supported by one one Irish leader who is our CEO. We have an Indian CFO. We have a German supply chain vice president, and we had a Mexican people vice president. And then the four others are actually our Filipino leaders. So one thing that I am actually very very proud of is the women championship or the women empowerment. So we encourage women to be productive and be participative in all the engagements in the company. Not that I'm saying that Coca-Cola is not there, but we have a lot of work to do. And one of the key things that we have started is a work together with Google, wherein we call it I Am Remarkable. Women as a minority group or minority or least represented group is actually encouraged to speak up more and be confident about their capabilities. So I love helping others. I love making sure that there is an opportunity not just for one but for many, and be able to actually push forward an agenda that is not just helping myself or helping others, but making others feel confident about helping others as well. Okay. The last slide that I am showing you is about knowledge or imagination. And I remember I have two boys. One is 11-year-old, and then the other one is a 9-year-old. They are a natural um, kids. No, so when we started online classes in 20 last year, when we started, it was like they were natural. Of course, they did not like online classes, especially my older son, who would always tell me that PE online sucks, and he's not really happy having PE online. So these kids, the younger one, once asked me, "Mommy, which is more important for you, knowledge or imagination?" Of course, I wanted to hear what he wanted to say. So I picked knowledge, knowing that for sure imagination is the more important. So I said knowledge. And then he said, "You know what, Mom? Knowledge is limited. Imagination is limitless." And this is coming from a 9-year-old. And I want to encourage all of you who are listening. Imagine your place in the digital society. This society has already created several digital businesses. So imagine where you want to be. And the whole world is actually very open right now. So you broaden your career path options by evaluating new opportunities. And mind you, when I was younger, I had very limited career opportunities, mainly because we all know what we were, just what the career path would be. But nowadays, you can be whatever you want to be. You define your purpose by evaluating your past and your present experiences. You create a personal narrative that transcends your current role, even your current aspirations. And did you know that the opposite of success is not actually failure, but boredom? Diba? Nakakatawa yun. But I think that is where we need to start looking at the different facet of success. Channel your purpose to maximize the value you can provide by seeking opportunities that will merge your sense of purpose with motivating challenges. Your own or in your organization, your business, or society at large. I once had this mentor, and he is an Irish guy. He lives in Singapore, and he was leading our commercial team in Coca-Cola, and he was assigned now as a CEO of 3 smaller bottling operations in the other countries. I once asked him, um, uh, I never wanted to I never wanted higher roles. That's what I told him. But I felt that if I don't get it, I will not be able to help in any way possible. And then this is what he said. You know what? The reason why you go higher or you go to a different path is because of your desire to help. When we had this president in the Philippines, he was coming from a salesman rank all the way up to becoming the president. He felt that the more he goes up the ladder, the more he is able to expand his circle of people whom he can help. And I think that's what we need to dream of. We need to dream of how do we actually help a larger group of people. And when we do that, is it through our connections? Is it through the roles that we play in the organization? Or is it through the roles that we play in society? So as I leave this last slide with you, um, I just have one story. When I was in another FMCG company, when I was connected there, one of my developers was asking me because I am going to move to another company at that time. So one of the developers was asking me, when are you never contented? You always move. I mean, every 2 years you're moving to another company. And that was when I was younger. And then I said, contented? Of course I am contented. And then she was asking me, so why do you always need to move? Why do you always have to leave somewhere? And then I said, you know what? If you're just going to ask me, if I did not have any family, I would have probably been very contented with where I am, with all the things that I am having, and with all the fun that I am having with this kind of job. But I am never contented with what I can give for my family. And the reason for that is I will always want more when it comes to making my parents comfortable as they grow old. And now that I am older and I now have a family, the desire is even higher because I want my kids to have a better future and for them to grow up to better citizens of the Philippines. So I think that is where I wanted to go as a professional and as a mother and as a wife. And the North Star for me is making sure that I am able to do all these things, but at the same time, be also able to help other people reach their dreams and aspirations. This is Winnie Rebancos. I am the Chief Information Officer for Coca-Cola Beverages Philippines, Inc. And I am very blessed to have shared with you not just a piece of my life story, but also um, creating a tech career path for you. So I hope that you have learned from what I have shared. Thank you so much and have a very good evening.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Winnie. Such an insightful talk, right? It's really important to choose the people you work with, right? Especially in looking for a mentor. Okay, we were not born great in this world, so that's why it's very important to look for a very good mentor who could be with you with your career path. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. I know our viewers were able to learn something from that. Thank you so much again, Miss Winnie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Bye-bye.
All right. So, all right. So I hope you guys learned a lot from our keynote. So once again, you look for a great mentor, way to be with you in your career path. So for now, let us proceed with our next speaker. Our next speaker is the country manager at GradPhilippines and also leading the growth and marketing of Prosple. She's also responsible for the rapid growth and expansion of the company in various countries in Southeast Asia. She has worked as an entrepreneur and a marketing consultant for the government and some local and international companies in the past. She's particularly passionate about productivity and goal achievement and has previously done talks, seminars, and mentorship sessions around the topic as well. Everyone, let us all welcome Miss Yohanne Esguerra.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you,
Yeah.
Miss Yohanne.
Okay, nice to be here. I'd like to share my screen. Can you see my screen now? Sorry, I'm not sure if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Yeah,
There.
yeah. Okay. So first of all, thank you for all the participants in this session and for the PH Tech community for inviting Prosple to be a part of the PH Tech Week. So I'm Yohanne Esguerra. I'm the growth and marketing lead for Prosple. And for those who are not yet familiar about Prosple, we help students and recent graduates find the perfect job with the perfect company. And how we do that is by powering more than 180 career sites across the Asia Pacific region, and we power the largest graduate job site in Australia and New Zealand. Now, we're branching out in new regions in Southeast Asia, and just a few months ago, we shifted our focus in the Philippines and launched GradPhilippines.com. So this is the jobs board for college students and recent graduates looking for entry-level jobs, graduate programs, and internships. So I hope that there are a lot of viewers in this session that are in their entry level or fresh graduate students that are looking to get into their career. So we help you get the best start to your career by showcasing content that will help you make a more informed decision in starting or in choosing what organization or what job you want to be in. So we do that by working with employers, by showcasing or giving you a backstage pass of what you will do in the job by doing day in the life stories. We provide transparency by working with employers in getting reviews. So these kind of reviews, it's different because it's focused on fresh grads and entry level team members in the organization. So it's really important because it validates what you think you already know about the organization, and also the cons will help you set the expectation and let you know what you need to prepare for when you're joining the organization. And then we also help them create diversity and inclusion pages. So with these kind of information, it would help you understand how the organization support diverse talent and if the values of the organization is aligned to your values. So we work with blue chip companies in the region to connect opportunities to you and to ultimately help you get the best start to your career. So now I'd like to help, or because we're in a fortunate position where we have over 2 million students using the platform, we were able to fetch some really good data which explains what employers are looking for and what you need to know to be able to stand out in that career path that you will choose. So this is a very brief presentation, so I'll just give 4 tips for you. The first one is to figure out the job that you're going to love. So sharing this diagram of what you love, what you're good at, and what pays well, it needs to be a good balance of what are you really solving for, or what would be a good win for you. So if you have this balance of what you love, what you're good at, and what pays well, and you were able to identify this, then you are set for success. You already know what career path you'd like to take, and through through this core and this anchor, you will be able to make that more informed choice in that decision making, in that decision on where to start or how to start your career. So assess what you're going to love. So be self-aware in terms of your personality. Align what you love to the values of the organization you're looking to apply to. And always think about the long term. So there are a lot of these personality. I'm sharing a free personality assessment website. If you want to check, that this will help you flesh out the kind of culture that you want and that you will thrive in. So there is no right or wrong answer when you're filling out this form. This is really up to you and would define what would be a good fit. If you are self-aware, there is a higher chance that you will thrive in the company that you will be joining because you already know what you want in the long term for your career. So tip number 2 is know what employers are looking for. We already know that the PH Tech community is filled with a lot of great developers, skilled in the technology or the language that you chose. And outside of that, employers are also looking at soft skills that would be beneficial to the business as well. So top 5 would be the communication skills, teamwork, interpersonal skills, resilience, and understanding of the organization. So knowing these information, you will be able to make sure that you stand out in your applications by highlighting these soft skills as well outside of the technical skills that you already have. So what employers find that are most lacking in the candidates that they are assessing is the understanding of the organization, the commercial awareness, the relevant work experience, communication skills, and resilience. Again, if you are looking into the organization, you can highlight these skills in the interview by researching about them. Show them that you know the organization, learn about them, ask questions about during the interview to show the interest that you have in that role and joining that organization. So tip number 3 is to show employers you have the right skills. So how do you do that? We were already able to identify what they're looking for. Now, how can you translate that into showing that you have those skills that they're looking for? So we have this matrix of the lists of what they're looking for and how do you demonstrate that. Take on leadership roles within your college, student society. Now that you are in this really good tech community that supports your growth, your experience, you have a lot of opportunities. Take that as an opportunity to really demonstrate those skills that would translate in paper as well. So we are also in a very fortunate position where the possibilities are endless in terms of getting or upskilling. You can have casual work, temporary gigs, freelance assignments. You can join a lot of different platforms that would allow you to gain micro credentials and experiences that you would be able to add in terms of technical skills and also administrative skills and soft skills as well. So volunteer, launch a small business or a startup that would really showcase that skill set that you want to highlight and also demonstrate what they're looking for. So communication skills, teamwork, take on responsibility and show initiative. And it really showcases the interesting person that you are and your character as well. So once we have that information, you bring it all together with a very strong CV. So like this sample that I'm showing right now, 10% is education and then 90% is highlighting all of those other skills and experience that you would like to showcase and highlight to the organization or to the employer to stand out. So once you have all of those prepared, get your foot in the door. So networking can give you a serious advantage, and being involved in these kind of conferences with the PH Tech community, you already have a head start. 46% of graduates found their first employer through networking, and with the PH Tech Week, this all of the sessions that we have, there are really good employers and a lot of good people that you can network with. So this is a really good start for those who are wanting to get into this career path as well. So think outside the box. A lot of us are focused on applying to top companies in the industry, but there are a lot of companies that are hiring and they're wanting to hire you, and you might want to look into them as well. Research, get to know a lot of different employers and not just focus on the big ones, because there are a lot of good opportunities as well in some of the smaller employers that are wanting to hire people like you in the tech industry. So just wanted to share why you might want to consider a smaller employer. So with small employers, you have often one-on-one training that is tailored to your needs. It sometimes is easier to advance in your career path because of the flexibility to customize work arrangements, and because there's less competition in the workforce. You will be able to you have the opportunity to gain broader knowledge because you have exposure with team members in different groups of the organization. And usually with these kind of setup with smaller employers and startups, you have direct exposure to senior leadership where you will be able to learn a lot. With this kind of setup, you might be given an immediate responsibility and can see the impact of your work. So there are a lot of good things as well that you might want to consider in looking for career paths with smaller employers. So what you can do right now in terms of the next steps in getting that career path for you. So take the time to think deeply about the type of career you want to pursue. Again, assess yourself, do the personality assessment, and then think about the long term. Start getting involved in extracurricular activities. So do freelance work, build your skill set, build your portfolio, and then draft your CV. Create a LinkedIn profile and review other online profiles, and then start applying for jobs in the career path that you have identified. So I hope that the super short talk was able to help you, especially those who are starting in the career path in the technology. And I hope that you will also join us in our sessions this week. We have a session tomorrow with our senior JavaScript engineer and data team lead about remote careers that are mission-driven foreign tech startup. And then on Friday with our co-founder and COO talking about the future of graduate recruitment. And if you want to find career paths in the tech industry, sign up now at GradPhilippines.com. So thank you so much. And I hope you're able to get something from this short session.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yohanne. That was a very good talk. It's very helpful, especially for our participants right now who are currently seeking for a new job or having a hard time looking for what career would suit them or how
Hi, good evening. Audio check. 1, 2. Okay, how are you guys? Thank you very much for that awesome talk. Yeah, we learned a lot. Okay, so and be sure to check out Prospel's talk scheduled for this week, right? You have.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and have a great day, everyone. Have a great
Thank,
night.
thank you, thank you.
Bye.
Hi, good evening. Bob Reyes here of the Mozilla Philippines community. Oh, there's Isabel. Okay, back to you, Isabel.
Sorry, I got this. Thank you, Bob. All right, so before we proceed, I'd just like to share with you guys some life hacks. Okay, some life hacks. Okay, sorry. All right, so just so to be able to win 30 pesos worth of Grab food vouchers, join our decoded raffle. This raffle is open to everyone attending any PH Tech Week from sessions from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Okay, so during the session proper, a code will be flashed which you will use to submit your raffle entry. Okay, so make sure you always look at your screen to get that code and submit your code and details via bit.ly/decode raffle. So we will be choosing 5 winners of 300 pesos worth of Grab food vouchers. So life hack, guys, if you didn't have your dinner yet, this is a good game for you. Okay, instant dinner. Once again, our photos of the day raffle. Be one of our winners for the 1,000 pesos worth of Lazada vouchers. It's so simple. Just post a photo highlighting your experience or thoughts of PH Tech Week with hashtag PH Tech Week 2021. So post this on your social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn, and make sure to make your post on public so that we can see your post. The more photos, the more entries you get. Then instant shopping when you win 1,000 pesos worth of Lazada vouchers. Also, get a chance to win 500 pesos worth of Fair Tweets vouchers. Just take the career survey, Accenture career survey. This is open to all PH Tech Week 2021 participants. We will be selecting 6 winners, okay? And enjoy your 500 pesos worth of Share Treats vouchers, which you can use for Lazada, Shopee, Grab, and more. Winners will be announced at the end of PH Tech Week. So take your survey now via talk2.sh/4MA7M2. So once again, you want to win food vouchers, Lazada vouchers, treats vouchers. All right. So make your CV strong, or how to sell yourself, right? So join our rocket, guys. So with that, let us proceed to our panel discussion. May I call in Bob? Are you there? Please come back, Bob. Oh, there.
Hi,
Hey,
hi.
can't hear you, Bob.
Hello.
There. Hey.
Okay, cool. Hi, thank you very much, Isabel. Okay, so yeah, thank you for having us for this session. So I'll be introducing our panelists for tonight. Okay, so the session's topic is volunteering helps you land at a better job. Uh, okay, so hold on. There you go. So yeah, just to do my spiel, okay? So we usually do this. So for those people who do not know, Mozilla is actually a nonprofit organization, and as a mission-driven organization, we believe in these things. So we need to build a better internet, and it's part of our mission to ensure that the internet will remain as a global public resource that is open and accessible to all, and an internet that truly puts people first, where individuals can shape their own experiences and are empowered, safe, and independent. And as we go along, we need to build things. And one of the things that makes Mozilla relevant to internet is Firefox. So it's a common misconception that Mozilla and Firefox are one and the same. No, they're not the same. Uh, Firefox is actually a family of products, as you can see here. It has versions for desktop, iOS, and Android. We also have relay. Okay, and yeah, all of the things that we do as a nonprofit organization revolves in protecting users, promoting the open web, and of course open source. So tonight we are going to discuss together with our guests how can you land at a better job through volunteering. Okay, so we have with me. Okay, I'll be introducing them. So our panelists. Okay, sorry, there. Our panelists are Romar Meyer Mikabalo. We have Hong Puk Dang, okay, and we have Kenneth Sungkaya. I'll be introducing them first before they introduce themselves. Okay, one, Romar here is currently working for InnoView Solutions Inc. as a technical project manager and team lead for the Data Infrastructure Telecoms and Security Teams, or DITS. Okay, he is currently our Mozilla Philippines Regional Coordinator in Northern Mindanao, and part of Romar's volunteer experiences include being the co-founder of Paichada, ITGX, Cloud Nevate, okay, or later, I do not know how to pronounce that one. Russell, and when he is free on the side, he does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, okay, MMA stuff. So, and then the only rose among the thorns in this panel discussion is Hong Puk Dang, okay. She is the founder of FOS Asia. What is FOS Asia? It's an organization that strives to improve people's lives through sharing open technologies, knowledge, and fostering global connections and sustainable production. She is currently the chair of the annual FOS Asia Summit and organizes open tech summits in different parts of the globe to include Vietnam, India, China, Sri Lanka, and Germany. She is a board member of the Open Source Business Alliance in Europe and currently is the vice chair of IEEE Open Source Committee. She also serves as the vice president of the Open Source Initiative. Hong Puk believes that free and open source is not just a way to exchange code freely. It is a collaboration model that sets an example of how people around the world can work together peacefully to solve any problem. And last but not the least, we have Kenneth Sungkaya. So he is a back-end developer with 7 solid years of experience. He is currently a software engineer at Rakuten Travel Exchange and has been a Mozilla PH volunteer since 2013. He likes to play guitar, studies Japanese. He studies the Japanese language during his free time. Okay, so let's get to know more about them. I'll stop sharing my screen. Okay, so ladies first. Let's call on Hong Puk. Okay, to tell us where she is now, what she is currently doing, and different stuff related to her professional career. Hong Puk.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. I don't know what else to say. I think that was a very long and very nice introduction you make already. To add a little bit more, I'm currently in Berlin. One more thing in my professional career that was not mentioned earlier, I also work as a senior product manager for the biggest tech company here in Germany. It's called Zalando. Basically, I don't know if anyone heard about it, but similar to Amazon, but for Europe. I'm originally from Vietnam, and Bob already mentioned all the organizations that I'm associated with. I started FOS Asia. He already mentioned before. This is an organization with a lot of open source developers that come together to develop free technologies, like open source technologies. What else? I speak some Chinese. I was in Manila before. I got to know Bob also from volunteers activities many years ago. I don't remember exactly when was the first time we met, Bob.
That's something like 2013.
Yes,
2013.
2013, yes, 2013, like 8 years ago, something, yeah, through like the open source community. Yeah, so I'm very happy to be here and looking forward to speak to all the panelists and share some experience regarding my volunteering experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hong Puk. Okay, let's go over to Romar. Okay, all the way from CDO. Hi, Romar. How are you?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Bob. Hong Fok, nice to see you again. Hi, Kenneth. And looking at the comment section, a lot of very familiar people. Yeah, I've been volunteering, of course, with a lot of different organizations and initiatives. Aside from the ones that mentioned by Bob earlier, I also volunteer for A4 Mindanao Alliance, which is an NGO here in Cagayan de Oro. We're helping out Igaonon tribesmen with their livelihood. I also volunteered before with Ubuntu local community, so Ubuntu Loco for the Philippines. I also volunteered for the Fedora project, and of course for CentOS for a while. But yeah, I'm more active right now with Mozilla. So yeah, been all over the place.
Cool. Thank you, Romar. Okay, let's go and hear it over from Kenneth. How are you, Kenneth?
Hello, sir. Hello, Romar and Kong. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, there's nothing really about special in me. I used to work overseas. My first job was in Dubai, and I'm currently in the Philippines and working remotely for uh, a Singaporean company. So yeah, I was an active volunteer when in 2013 before I started before I went to Dubai, and then yeah, I stopped my activities there, and then I just resumed joining with the Mozilla PH community's activity recently when I came back to the Philippines. So yeah, that's all.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we have 3 awesome panelists for tonight. So let's keep the ball rolling. So the first question is, what made you volunteer to your organization or organizations? So let's start with Hong Puk. What started your volunteer journey?
Yes, let me think of my university time. So at that time, I was a student, right? And as you know, as a student, you're always like looking for opportunity where you can get a job. And what I remember at that time, back in Vietnam, it was so super difficult to find something that you can just like get a simple job, you know, that you have an option whether you can work as a part-time in some restaurant, or you can work as an assistant for some family, and getting like try. For young people, we always thinking, what can we do with actually to expose ourselves to the world and to learn more, like how the real business work. So I think that was my first volunteer experience was being a volunteer translator for at a tech event. So at that time, I remember, I think it was 2006 or 2000 yeah, so many years ago. So yeah, I studied in school, and my friend who worked for a tech company told me that there is an event that they're looking for volunteers, and I just signed up as a translator for the tech event. And at that time, it was the first time I learned about open source as well. It was an open source event where people come together and share different technology. And after the first experience, I realized that you can actually learn a lot just by doing like volunteering. So you not only participate in event is one thing, but really volunteer for event, you can learn a lot of things behind the scene. You can learn, get more connection with the speaker. You can understand how organization work behind. For instance, here we're now talking through a system called StreamYard, so you learn about a new tool. So there are a lot of things you can learn. And for young people, doing volunteer in different organizations is also a good chance for them to put on their CV for the future. You know, after you graduate, there's so many people graduate at the same time. How can people land a job? So that was just the very first experience in my volunteering career until today. So so after that one, most of my volunteering, how do I say, experience have to do with open source organizations. So I start to also I also did some translation for Mozilla before, and the local team, and then I also contribute to Fireform projects and other projects before I actually started the Force Asia organization. The whole idea of Force Asia basically to show people the opportunity with open source, and many of the projects developed in Force Asia are developed by volunteer developers. Yeah,
Awesome.
so I'm sorry, I don't know how, because it's a really long journey. I don't know how far I should speak, but in general, because of the volunteer activity that I participate in, I got like a lot of opportunities coming after I found Force Asia, and then get into the tech industry. Even though I did not study in computer science, you learn a lot, and until today, I still when I have chance to, I still volunteer as other events when I have a chance to. So I will also, the most recently would be when I'm coming to Germany, I also volunteer, as Bob mentioned already, being on the board of the IEEE, devoting your time to help people learn more open source. Yeah, but I guess I can speak more in the following questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Hong Kuk. Okay, how about you, Romar? What started your volunteer journey?
Yeah, of course, what made me volunteer to Mozilla, actually, it's not the first time that I volunteered for Mozilla. It's just recently that I became a formal volunteer for Mozilla. It was like, if I remember, that was 2019, right, Bob? That I got formally, that I formally became a Mozilla volunteer. But previously, like several years ago, way back early to mid 2000s, I've been contributing to Firefox Sumo before, and also contributing to Mozilla localization and translation using a different tool. Dati putol pa yun eh. Ngayon we're using Pontoon. But yeah, that got cut off. But I came back again because, of course, part of my love with Mozilla is, of course, the very open nature of the Firefox ecosystem, and including the projects that the projects and the initiatives that Mozilla espouses. So it really hits home, and it's not really the first time that I was able to mention earlier that I was also more active when it comes to volunteering for various open source projects, like for Fedora, for CentOS, for Ubuntu, again, all over the place. But it's not only with tech that I get to volunteer. I also volunteer with civil society organizations as well, helping out tribesmen and all that. But the main reason is that it's not really about being altruistic about things. The initial initial reason why I volunteer is because there are certain issues that I need to address as well. You know, things that I need to learn and know, and then after that, of course, once I get to know something, I wanna, the best teacher is to the best way to learn is to teach. So when I learn something, I want to retain that as well for the long term. So I want to impart that as well to other people. So that registers with me. And then, the more I keep on drilling that, and then we reach mastery as well. So.
Awesome. We'll go to that learnings later. Okay. So how about you, Kenneth? What made you volunteer? I've known Kenneth for quite some time, and yeah, what made you decide to volunteer?
I was actually invited by my mentor from my college. He's Sir Joel Lapitan. So he asked me to join some Mozilla Moss Coffee session, and then they introduce they introduce the next events that will happen for the next months, or for the next events that will happen. So I joined the events after that, and yeah, I just enjoyed joining the events, meeting a lot of people, professionals, especially professionals. And I just graduated back then. And back then, the 2013 Mozilla PH was really active in their events. It's like once a week they have an event. There's events in school, other places, and yeah, they're very active back then. So I enjoyed volunteering for them, and I was also a part of the Firefox OS launch. So it was really exciting that time. And yeah, I just enjoyed the events back then because yeah, it was really active.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So now that we have established what made you decide to volunteer at your respective organizations, the next question is, what was your main motivation to volunteer? Was there were you promised of something if you volunteer at this organization, or around those that thing? Okay. So let's hear it first with Romar.
Yeah, I guess I was able to mention a little bit about that earlier, but yeah, the first motivation really was to address some itch. I needed something to learn, and then like solving a problem that I encountered before several times when it comes to, of course, you know how icky it is when it comes to running Linux several years ago, like hardware compatibility and all of that. And it's because of that that I was able to meet. I was able to meet what you call this? Somebody from Novell, the one who created Compies before, David Riebman. That's how I met the guy, and that's how I also learned how to install and make Compies run on top of a Linux distribution. So I'm not sure before, way back 2000, that was like 2004 or 2005. Nobody in the Philippines yet was basically have any idea about running a three-dimensional user interface on top of Linux. And I was already getting in touch with David Riebman around that time, talking about how to make it run on top of my laptop, and I was able to do that and did a public demo of that before. But yeah, first motivation was really to learn, to solve, to solve problems that I encountered every day, not only for work but also for personal stuff. But second motivation was to teach people, to share what I've learned so far. And of course, yeah, third is definitely helping out, because when you get to learn something, you're already in a good position to be able to extend a helping hand. And that's not only about sharing learning, but also sharing your effort and your time, because some people actually have this misconception that if you want to help, you need money to be able to help. But that's not the case, especially here in volunteerism. The best currency for us as volunteers is not really monetary. It's not monetary resource. It's basically time and the effort. Uh, the financial aspect of volunteerism, that can be sourced anywhere. And this event is actually one of the best proof of that, right? Wherein there are a lot of organizations who are contributing to make this happen. But the most challenging aspect of getting this event from the ground up is not really the financial aspect. It's the effort and the time that is being put out by volunteers to put this event. So those are the kind of things that I've learned and been involved in so far, ever since I've started volunteering several years ago.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. How about you, Hong Puk? We want to know if the motivation from different parts of Southeast Asia is totally different from the motivation here in the Philippines. I have spoken with several, especially several people, especially the students. Some of them, the motivation is actually food, because they will go to an event, volunteer, and there's free food. So how about from your end? What motivated you to volunteer?
Yes, so I think pretty much similar to what Roman said. I did not volunteer for food because I came from the Mekong Delta. So if you drop a seed on the rail, it will roll by itself. So very lucky that I was never hungry when I was younger. So I did not volunteer for food. And I remember at that time, not like today. When you volunteer, you get a certificate, you get a T-shirt, you sometimes get even like compensate for the time you put in. When I grew up, I volunteered back then. I did not get anything. Like the organization never make a promise that if you volunteer, you will get this and that. So it wasn't my motivation to get something out of the volunteer, like external motivation. It's more about like individual motivation, similar to Roman. I value knowledge, and I believe until today, knowledge is the highest benefit that one could get. And volunteering bring me a lot of new knowledge, something that I would never get to learn in school. To meet new people, to get experience, and every time when I volunteer, I learn something new, learn how to solve problems, exactly like what Roman said, and it's good for my personal development. As you know, like we are struggling on like finding a job, getting opportunity. One thing that if we look back, if we become better ourselves, we develop ourselves into a certain stage. The more you learn, the better you be prepared yourself for anything in the marketplace. So that is one thing. So it's more about personal motivation, but this motivation also changed over the years. Before it was for personal development, to gain knowledge, to become better, to land in a job in the future. But now for me, I volunteer because I believe that volunteering in the open source community could help us to make a difference in the world. So what do I mean by make a difference in the world? So there are a lot of problems that we are facing as these days, like climate change, right? So we can have a very good life, but something happened to our planet, and you cannot live all by yourself. So by working together, collaborate, and I think that with free technology, where everyone can share solution and can work together, we can make a difference in our society. Even though we don't see it right now, okay, it's a huge difference that we could make, but every day, when I volunteer for Asia, for open source organization, I can see that it makes a difference in other people's lives and also myself. Like Roman, I also want to comment him again. He said that he can learn something by teaching other people, and I totally agree. Over the year, I also see that a lot of open source contributors get a job in a very good company. For Google, for Microsoft, got a chance to go abroad. For many people, it's difficult to leave the country, especially for us who live in Southeast Asia. You know how difficult it is if we want to go to Europe or in the West. But if you look at the open source community, you see that a lot of people got a chance to go overseas. Yeah, so it brings people new opportunity. It shows people the potential. So it makes them independent of what they want to achieve in the future. This is my motivation. So to develop myself in a different level, and at the same time, right now, my motivation for volunteer is to make a difference in our society.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah. How about you, Kenneth? When you volunteered for the first time at Mozilla Philippines community, you were still a student then, right?
I was a yes, sir. I was a student the first time, and
So
then
what was the motivation of your professor then for you to join the movement?
actually it's the same with both of Romar and Ako. I think it's for personal growth as well, and as a person and as a newbie professional. Yeah, at that time I just graduated. I was a bit afraid of the outside world, and especially the interviews. I was not really a public speaker, so for me it was really hard to communicate. So yeah, meeting professionals during the activities from the volunteering activities, it helped me gain confidence, and yeah, just interacting with them, learning something new that was not that's what was not taught in from school. yeah, during my interviews abroad, after those experiences, I had more confidence, I guess.
Okay,
So
so
yeah.
since we are at that line of thought, so from the Philippines, you were a student, and then you volunteered, and then you had the chance of working abroad. So we go now to the next question. How has volunteering impacted your professional career? So let's go first with Kenneth. I want to hear from Kenneth. So being someone who had traveled to work abroad, so how is it? Was there any effect because you came from with a background in volunteering?
Absolutely, sir. Yeah, meeting many inspirational people opened up opportunities and learnings as well. Um, yeah, I met various professionals that talk about technologies, their strategies, their passions about their work that I wouldn't have learned from school, especially in our field where there is always something new. So, yeah, I use those encounters as reference to move forward, to continue exploring. Uh, and yeah, the confidence that I gained from those encounters lessen the tension in the interviews.
Okay.
And yeah, I wouldn't have tried out something new if I haven't heard of it. So definitely the interactions with the other professionals greatly affected my career.
Okay, thank you. How about you, Hong Kong? What was the plus factor of being a volunteer to your professional career?
I have changed my professional career. I did not study computer science, but I completely working in tech industry. So that is the first thing. So I wouldn't say that if you volunteer, you will get the job. There's no guarantee that you volunteer, you will get the job. But I would say that it gives you an opportunity to look at, to join different industries, to learn new things, and whether you can get a job or not in the future. Of course, volunteer is a way to go, to give you the chance to explore yourself to different areas and meet different people, to network. But it's more about yourself. If you work hard, you also need to work hard yourself. You need to have the motivation to learn. But I can emphasize that volunteer have changed entirely my career path. So I studied marketing and communication, but now I'm working, landing in a job in the tech industry. And doing everyday like software development, and it just opened up for me different opportunity, and also make me think and understand what I want to achieve and what I want to do in my life. So when you study in school, remember, you at one time you can only do one major in university. Some people are like working much harder and also smarter. They do 2 or 3 majors at one, but again, it's only 2 or 3 major. There's so many different topics and area that you can go into, and by doing volunteer, it's help you to understand further what the potential and what are the the market offer opportunities that you can participate in. Yeah.
Thank you. How about you, Romar? How has volunteering upscaled your professional career?
All right. Here's a good story. I think this is a perfect example in this part of the question. Uh, I'm currently working for interviews, but the story was that before I joined this company way back 2013, uh, the general manager for interviews, Mr. Lionel Amarado, was organizing basically the first time for CDO for Cagayan de Oro to be having a Python-based meetup. That was in 2013, and at that time it was also the first time that they brought in one of their uh, project lead from the U.S., Mr. Ed Henderson. He flew in from Boise, Idaho, because of business, of course, with Innovative Solutions. So while Mr. Henderson was here, Ed Henderson, when he was here for like 2 weeks, he suggested to Lionel that he's curious about the existing developer ecosystem here in Cagayan de Oro, and he wanna see if there are people who are interested into diving into Python. So they organized a meetup for Python, and he coursed it through our existing organization, which is ITGX. ITGX was started way back 2011. And so through ITGX, Leo announced that they're gonna be having a Python meetup, and that was in 2013. I was fresh out of transitioning from my several years of working with Time Doctor. I'm sure a lot of people here know about Time Doctor. So I worked for Time Doctor for several years. We practically started that project up. We created infrastructure before for the servers and and whatnot. So I transitioned from that job, and then I was like in sort of resting for a couple of months, and then I joined the meetup for the Python meetup organized by Innovative Solutions, and then from there we had a talk, and then I joined the company a couple of months later. So yeah, and I'm still here after several years. I'm still working with the team. So yeah, that's one of the impacts of volunteering. And
Awesome.
aside
Yeah,
from
go,
that,
go, go.
aside from that, also I get to learn. With volunteering, I get to work more with people, and it actually helped me out, be able to discern and be able to adjust and work with people closely, because for several years my career was basically on systems administration and servers and whatnot. And of course, you know this perception from people that a lot of IT guys and tech guys who are really deep into tech are sort of introverted and don't really know how to relate with people very much. So most of us are actually would prefer to be in front of the machine than dealing with people, right? So with volunteering, I get to be able to mingle with people more, get to network with people more, and that ultimately also helped me out with my current role in the company, doing technical project management. So I was able to learn how to be a people person as well.
Okay, thank you. Since you are at that line of thought, okay, so let's go to the fourth question. What are the perks of volunteering? So maybe just one, the main perk of being a volunteer. Let's go and hear it from Romar.
Yeah, of course. The main perk is number one for me. Number one for me is getting to know other people. Expanding your circle of friends, expanding people you know. So of course, if I didn't volunteer for the organizations that I'm involved in right now, I wouldn't get to know you, Bob, and I wouldn't have been able to know Hong Fok, Kenneth, and of course, I'm even looking at the comments right now. If I haven't been volunteering in the open source communities and others, I wouldn't have known Doc Sonny Valdez and Sina Miki with Python.ph and the other guys. So yeah, that's basic for me. That's the primary perk, being able to expand my circle of friends.
Okay, cool. Thank you. How about you, Hong Kok? What for you is the main perk of being a volunteer?
Yeah, so can I say what Roman just said? I also say people is a very like the highlight in my volunteer experience. So I met my best friend through the community. I met people, I got in touch with people from all over the world, and it's also enabled me to travel anywhere and connect with the real people, the local real community. And with the talk earlier, we also heard that a lot of people get the job through networking. So not only like meeting your friends, meeting partners that you can work with in the community, but it also bring you a lot of opportunities and benefit for your professional development.
Okay, thank you. How about you, Kenneth? Aside from food and free shirt, what do you think are the main perks of being a volunteer?
I was also gonna say free connections. Yeah, free connections with people. Yeah, it also can help land a job to well-known companies if you have if you know people from yeah, those companies.
There, awesome. Yeah, I can, as a volunteer, I can attest. Uh, One of the main the beauty of being a volunteer is that you get to have connections, and as I always say, you get to have digital connections, because the connections of other people may not be as good as what you have right now. And thankfully, if you're in a volunteer network, you will have, should I say, digital connections compared to the other people. Now, just for the interest of time, maybe we'll skip, we'll go to the last question. Do you think that you being a volunteer made yourself more attractive to recruiters or employers? Let's hear it from Kenneth first. Being a volunteer, do you think that you made yourself more attractive to employers or recruiters?
Yes, sir. Some employers gets curious when they see this Mozilla.ph volunteer line in my CV. But I'd say it's more of the experience, I guess. Um, Without those, I wouldn't be able to learn the tech stacks that I have now. That makes it attract recruiters and employers.
Okay, how about you, Romar? What would you say? Have you made yourself more attractive to recruiters now that they know that you are a volunteer for many organizations?
Definitely. Yes, definitely, definitely. Um, uh, Not only does volunteering not only makes you feel good inside, and does it only make you look good to other people while you're actively involved in volunteer work with. Doesn't have to be a tech organization. It could be any organization, civil society organization, or whatever. Heck, you can volunteer for your community pantry if you want to. Um, not only does it make you feel good, it also not only does it make you look good to other people, but it also makes your resume uh, you know bit more colorful, because usually we put on our CVs are just your uh, you know academic prowess, your the skills that you have, and the employers that you've worked with, and then the skills that you have. But if you add another section there, like I've been volunteering my time with certain organizations like this, whoa, it gives employers an idea of how you think, you behave, and you feel, because the more organizations that you have there, meaning this person has a wide perception. This person, it tells employers also that you care, that you care for something, and you are yearning for being able to contribute to society as a whole, not just trying to wait for that next paycheck. you know right? So,
Yeah, thank you. How about you, Hong Kong? From your experience?
Yeah, so the answer is yes. Of course, it makes you look more attractive. But I can talk on the point of a recruiter, because I also interviewed developers for our company, right, and the company that I work with. So basically, if I look at a CV of developer, it's mentioned that he have the history of contribute to any open source project. I would highly favor and would like to talk with the person. The reason why, if you're looking for a job in a tech company, why you're of course volunteer, but what kind of volunteer experience that's relevant for a tech recruiter? I think this is something that we are talking about here. When you show that you contribute to open source, especially these days, a lot of people want to show, okay, so this is, look at my GitHub profile, I have so many contributions, look at my GitLab profile, right? Of course, a recruiter do not only look at your contribution, because a small change can also make to make your profile look good. But the first thing is you will make your CV more attractive to the people if you show that you work in a real software development project. And this is what Mozilla or any open source project could provide to you, an environment where you can work in a distributed team. And the open source way of software development that enable people to learn and exchange ideas, sharing code, collaboration on code. So they have special way how they develop like different Git model. And it's a big plus for any tech company, and recruiter would really in favor of people, especially for me. If I look at the CV of developers and they put inside that they contribute or being like open source maintainer or developer, I would highly prefer those CVs. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So let's see if we have questions from the audience. If you have, please feel free to leave them in the chat box. Okay. So let's give them 30 seconds. So due to the interest of time, okay, so we were given until 8 p.m. But yeah, you know, Filipinos, we love Filipino time. Sorry, I know that you know that Filipino time. Okay, do we have questions from the audience? Please stay tuned until the end of this session. We are going to announce how you get to win awesome stuff from our sponsors. Okay, so there's one question from Sonny Valdez. Is volunteering worth it to you, or is volunteering worth it? Okay, let's hear it first from Kenneth.
Of course, yes, for me, sir. Yeah, the again, the experiences that I have accumulated during those activities made a difference of what I am a developer right now. So, and the skills that I have learned because of the communications with other developers, other tech people. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Hong?
I think this is the obvious answer. Otherwise, why are we here? We are talking about why people should volunteer. Yes, so the answer is yes.
But do you think there is any disadvantage of volunteering?
Disadvantage of volunteering, it depends on, you need to balance between, so it's a disadvantage or not, it's up to a person to tell. So you need to see, you need to prioritize yourself, what is important for you in your life and what you want to get done or achieve. If let's say that you have the exam this week and your friend asks you, okay, let's go here to volunteer for this. So what is more important for you, to have somebody or to pass your exam? So it's a personal choice. Personal decision.
Okay, how about you, Romar?
Yeah, definitely worth it. As what folks said, we won't be here. We won't be doing what we love to do for several years already and still doing it. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, downside, of course, you need to be able. Yeah, it can eat up your time, honestly. But you need to be able to manage your time and make your priorities. You know, make priorities.
Thank you. Thank you to all those who left their questions in the chat box. We can continue the discussion with the Discord tool. Okay. So for now, any last words from our panelists? So let's hear it first from Hong first before we hand it over to the next session. Last words for volunteers, how to be, yeah.
Yes, so last word. Yes, I also see, unfortunately, we cannot go through all the questions. So I just want to say that because of volunteering, I learned it's a very good job. I'm happy with what I'm doing and I feel independent. So I'm not struggle every day of thinking of what I can do next. So I always often get the job offer from other companies as well. To me, it's all come from like being volunteer in open source community. Of course, there are so many opportunities out there for you to volunteer, but I highly recommended you to look for opportunity in open source community. And people ask, okay, where I can connect with like different groups. I also want to answer that question. Of course, here Bob is a representative of Mozilla. You can volunteer there, or Force Asia, the organization that I'm leading and and I found it for many years. So we have a lot of volunteers who contribute to various projects across Asia. You can easily find us on GitHub. We also have a GitHub channel. We have a program where people can learn how to code. It's called CodeHeat, CodeHeat.org, where you can also find more detail like beginner tasks, how you can volunteer on very small technical issue and start to contribute to open source projects.
They're awesome. So that's codehits.org. Okay, take note of those guys. How about you, Kenneth?
I guess I'd say don't be intimidated in what we do or in volunteering. Just do it if you really want to do it. Yeah, a lot of people will help you. The community is huge, so approach anyone and they will openly help you. Yeah.
Okay, and Romar?
Yeah, of course. My last words, of course, are gonna be trying to answer some of the questions. You can connect with the communities that are supporting this event. You start from there. All right. So, and of course, just be yourself. If you want to volunteer, just be yourself, and be prepared to learn. That's it. Be prepared to learn, and also at the same time, be prepared to teach. That's it.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you very much to our panelists, Kenneth, Hongkook, and Romar. Thank you. We will have a second part of this somewhere within the bounds of Mozilla PH in the near future. So we know that time is not on our side tonight, but I learned so much. I hope that our listeners, our viewers, pick up one thing or two. Okay. So for those who are asking how to be part of the Mozilla Philippines committee, Director, can we have the slide deck up on the screen? There, okay? So we are on social media. Get in touch with us through Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. We have a weekly session on YouTube. We call it the Office Hours. If you have questions, everything about Mozilla, open source, open web, just feel free to be part of it. And we are also on Instagram. And okay, so these are our contact information. Sorry, there's a fire truck in front of our house. Okay, there. So you can also get in touch with us through email at info@mozillaphilippines.org and chat via chat@mozilla.org using the Matrix tool. And this is the more awesome part, aside from what we've learned from our panelists. So that we have a session feedback and raffle. All you need to do is go and scan this QR code, or if you do not have a scanner or QR code scanner, simply go to bit.ly/mostech2021, fill up the session form, and from there we'll be raffling off 10 GradFood vouchers tonight. Okay, so we'll be raffling off 10 GradFood vouchers that we will accomplish the session feedback form. Okay. We will not give away your private information to anyone else. Okay, that's our promise. Okay. So again, this is Bob Reyes from the Mozilla Philippines community. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat. Ingat kayong lahat. Is Isabel there?
Thank you, Bob. Bye, Roma. Bye, Kenneth. Have a good evening.
Thank you to
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Bob. Okay. So now, yes, indeed, I really love the discussion a while ago. Yes, volunteering gives you a different kind of fulfillment. I've been a volunteer ever since college up until I became a professional. So go, guys, choose the best tech community you can be with. Okay. So now let us proceed with our. Okay, so before we proceed with the next talk, I'd like to share some life hacks again. Okay, so if you want to win 300 pesos worth of Grab food vouchers, make sure to join our decoded raffle. It is open to everyone. It's simple. A code will be flashed, which will be used to submit raffle entry. Submit your code via bit.ly/the code raffle. Okay? Get a chance to win 200 pesos worth of Grab food vouchers. And don't forget to post your photos highlighting your experience or thoughts of PH Tech Week. And make sure to use the hashtag PH Tech Week 2021. So get a chance to win 1,000 pesos worth of Lazada vouchers. So we will be choosing 5 winners. Okay? We will be picking winners from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. All right. Once again, answer the Accenture Career Survey and get a chance to win 500 pesos worth of shared tweets vouchers, which you can use for Lazada, Shopee, Grab, and more. Winners will be announced at the end of the Tech Week. Make sure to take the survey. You can see the link in the screen, and we will also be sharing the link with you on our Discord channel. All right. So once again, guys, look for a community to volunteer. You get to work with different kinds of people and learn different stuff. All right. So let us proceed. Our next speaker is a certified public accountant. He's also a core organizer at Product.ph, which is an organization that is creating an open space for people interested in building great products to connect with each other, share ideas with each other, and build relationships with each other. Everyone help me welcome Mr. John Pabellon. There he is. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening. All right, so I have my presentation queued up. So if you can play it now. Hello and welcome to Tech Week 2021. My name is John Alvin Pabellon of the Product.ph community. To share more about what our community is all about, let me play you this video. So as you can see, Product.ph is a professional community for people working in product management. In this group, we talk about planning, building, and launching technology products with the aim of sharing and growing our collective knowledge around product management in the Philippines. So our topic for Tech Week 2021 is about the secrets of highly effective product managers.
We have basically distilled some of the lessons and insights shared by our speakers over several meetups that Product.ph has organized over the last few years. But before we dive in to the topic, let me first share a short history and a brief overview of what product management is all about. To do that, let's start with this. So what you are seeing is your average grocery store aisle. So you might be wondering, what does a store aisle have anything to do with product management? Well, in a typical grocery, you will see hundreds and hundreds of products, many of them manufactured by this company. So this company's logo might be familiar to you. So P&G stands for Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble had a young executive in 1931 who basically wrote a seminal essay on the need for people who have the duties and responsibilities that in many ways is related to modern product management. In his memo, he outlined the need for what he called brand men, people who would be solely responsible for the strategy and marketing and positioning of products within Procter & Gamble. At the time, Neil McElroy was a young brand manager responsible for a brand of soap called Camay. And he was having difficulty marketing his product, especially with many of the resources of the company focused on other brands. So he thought if there was an internal brand champion, then the product would have more chance of winning in the marketplace. What's also interesting about this young brand manager, whose name was Neil McElroy, was that he would go on to eventually become the president of Procter & Gamble, and more interestingly, become the Secretary of Defense of the United States. What's also interesting about Neil was he also became a professor at Stanford University, where he would influence the thinking of two young entrepreneurs who would eventually change the technology industry, Bill Hewlett and Dave Packard. Bill Hewlett and Dave Packard are, of course, legendary in the tech industry, having started HP in their garage in the heart of Silicon Valley. Bill and Dave took to heart many of the recommendations by Neil in his essay in P&G. They set up a role within HP called the product manager. The product manager was solely responsible for leading the strategy, design, sales, and marketing of the products within HP. What's also interesting about HP was they set up the company in product divisions. So it was a product-led organization. Many have credited this design of the organization for its unprecedented growth of 20% year on year for 50 years from 1943 to 1993. Now, from 1993, let's move forward a bit to almost 20 years later in 2011, when a venture capitalist, a very well-known venture capitalist whose name is Marc Andreessen, wrote another seminal essay called Software is Eating the World. In his essay in the Wall Street Journal, Marc Andreessen talks about how companies needed to transform or risk being disrupted by companies who were changing industries with their expertise in developing software. He talked about how every company needed to become a software company or risk being disrupted in this new modern digital era. Another influential essay that also came around this time was an essay by Tom Goodwin, a senior vice president at the digital agency. He talked about how Uber, the world's largest taxi company, owns no vehicles. Facebook, the world's most popular media owner, creates no content. Alibaba, the most valuable retailer, had no inventory, and Airbnb, the world's largest accommodation provider, owned no real estate. He rightly observed that something truly interesting was happening around the world. What Tom Goodwin was, of course, referring to was the wave of digital disruption that was sweeping entire industries. In his essay, he argued how the battle will now shift to control over digital interfaces, or the method by which companies would work and interact with their customers, typically by controlling the digital touchpoints that consumers have started to become more and more comfortable with, whether it's on their mobile phone or on their laptops or computers. We are seeing this play out locally as well, especially with the advent of the pandemic. In headlines and newspaper articles, we see how more and more companies are investing in wholesale digital transformation to remain competitive or just to keep themselves alive. As more and more companies embrace the need for digital transformation, so does the need for people with the right blend of experience, knowledge, and expertise to help them navigate this wholesale change in industries become more important. People with knowledge in technology, user experience, and business, and who will sit at the intersection of these three domains. I am, of course, talking about product managers. So, what is a product manager? Before we define what a product manager is, it might be good to start with what a product manager is not. Many people have asked me, what is the difference between a product manager and a project manager, a role that we more typically find in most organizations? A project manager, as the name implies, is responsible for a project. A project, by definition, is an undertaking to accomplish a goal or an outcome within a predefined period of time. A product manager, however, is responsible for a product and is responsible for a typically longer time horizon than a project. A product manager is responsible for shepherding the introduction of the product, making sure it grows, optimizing it and making sure it grows further and matures and stabilizes until it eventually, as most everything in this world, declines or dies. Now, in a typical product lifecycle, there might be multiple projects across the time horizon of a product. So it could be that there may be project managers working with product managers to ensure the success of the product across at different stages of its life cycle. Or it could be that the product manager will play the role of a project manager, shepherding and managing different projects as the product grows and matures. Now, how is a product manager different from other functional managers in an organization? A product manager is typically different from a functional manager, such as a marketing manager or sales manager or an operations manager, because of the difference in scope, authority, and responsibility. A typical product manager, instead of being responsible for just one function, typically works across multiple functions in an organization. Unlike a functional manager, typically they don't have direct reports or are not managing other people. They are, however, responsible for the success of the product that they manage, and so have to work with different functions in the organization to ensure its success. Well, that sounds like the role of a general manager. So what's the difference between a general manager and a product manager? Well, again, a product manager is different from a general manager in terms of their leadership authority and responsibility. Whereas a general manager is responsible for an entire organization and has the authority to hire and fire people, typically a product manager has to lead by influence. Because he doesn't have the same authority over people, let's say, as a general manager does, he has to be able to influence other people in order to be able to accomplish the goals he has set out for his product. So he really has to lead by influence. Okay, so we've cleared up what a product manager is not. So let's go into what a product manager is by going into what a product manager typically does in an organization. In his book, Inspired, author Marty Kagan describes the job of the product manager as to discover a product that is valuable, usable, and feasible. To provide more context, it might be useful to draw upon this framework as created by the Pragmatic Marketing Organization, which provides a standard language for the entire product team and a blueprint of the key activities needed to bring a profitable, problem-oriented product out into the market. In the Pragmatic Marketing Framework, you will see here the different activities that the product manager does, ranging from the strategic to the tactical. These activities can be broadly categorized into the technical, so doing things like technology assessment, doing competitive analysis, win-loss analysis, defining the innovation strategy for a product to ensure its continued improvement, uh, managing planning for the product by defining things like user personas, use cases, and releases. Some product managers focus more on the market side of things. So being responsible for things like program strategy, like go-to-market strategies, ensuring sales readiness, so doing sales enablement, and channel support, so ensuring the effectiveness and efficiency of the different sales channels of an organization. As a product manager goes up in an organization, then what happens is his responsibility tends to shift to the more strategic. So doing things like market research, defining market problems as a whole, market sizing, assessing product performance, measuring and managing operational metrics, doing things like creating a business case for a product, looking at pricing, making decisions around whether to build, buy, or partner, looking after the product portfolio, managing things like product positioning, even the sales process in concert with the sales team, market requirements in concert with the marketing team, and of course, the product roadmap. Perhaps to provide more context into what a product manager is and what he does, it might be useful to cite examples. So who are some of the well-known product managers out there? Well, let's start with this man, who I'm sure all of you know. His name is Steve Jobs, and of course you know him as the founder of Apple. But not a lot of people know that before he became the CEO of Apple in 1997, he was first vice president of new product development at Apple. So he's essentially a product manager. It was only after he was ousted during the time of CEO John Sculley, and where he became, he founded his own company again called Next, and then came back in 1997, that he became the CEO. But before that, he was responsible for new products in Apple, from which came the Macintosh line of computers. Another well-known example of an effective product manager is this woman. Her name is Marissa Mayer. Marissa Mayer is interesting because she was the 20th employee in Google and was their first female engineer. Eventually, however, she would become a product manager and then eventually become VP for consumer products. She's also well known for having started the Associate Product Management program in Google, which trained future product managers at the organization. Of course, Marissa Mayer is also well known today after becoming the CEO of Yahoo, and then eventually, after its sale to Verizon, becoming the founder of a company called Lumi Labs. So you might be wondering, all of the examples that I gave all came from abroad. Are there any examples that I can give of product managers here locally in the Philippines? Are there any well-known examples of local product managers that we can learn from? Now, before, when we asked around, the answer was very hard to find. That's actually one of the reasons why the Product.ph organization was started. The Product.ph organization was started by these four individuals: Yana Yanagisawa, Andreas Galster, Brian Chan, and Joshua Pelago. The four of them found that there was this dearth of resources, local resources, and people to learn from in order to start or excel in a career in product management. That is why in 2017, they formed Product.ph. The four had a vision for building world-class products here in the Philippines, and they wanted to provide an open space for people interested in building great products to be able to connect with each other, share ideas with each other, and build relationships with each other. What started as a small meetup group in a cafe has quickly grown into a 2,600 person organization in a span of a few years. Here are some photos of some of the meetup activities that we have done in Product.ph. Typically, we invite an expert, such as a product leader, a founder, or a product manager, to share their knowledge and experience so that the rest of the community can learn. Now, going to the topic of sharing secrets of highly effective product managers, I wanted to go back to some of the more memorable talks, at least for me, of product managers, product leaders, and founders who I found to be really effective product managers locally in their own right. And what I wanted to do is to share some of the insights I was able to gain from their talks at Product.ph. To start with, I want to go back to the talks of one of the original organizers of Product.ph, and really one of the earliest talks we had, which was by Joshua Pelago. And he had a talk entitled "How to Build the Right Thing." Now, what struck me from that talk of his is that in order to create a great product, in order to become an effective product manager, you really had to go back and understand the problem that your product was trying to solve for, to really go deep into a problem, understand the different facets and dimensions of the problem, and find a way for your product to be able to solve that problem. I have found that many inexperienced product managers jump into a solution without really understanding and going back first to what problem they are solving for. The really good ones, however, go into the core of the problem first, go into what job or what outcome they are trying to achieve, and work their way backwards, and then designing a product that will allow the user of the product to achieve that outcome. Another talk that I also remember was a talk by David Bell, the CEO and founder of a local company by the name of Upraxis. And what's interesting about this company that they've started is they develop a lot of products, multiple products in different domains for different markets. But what's interesting about David is because he does not run out of innovative ideas, of innovative products to develop. But what he quickly realized was, in order to be effective, he really needed to kind of focus and double down on certain things to ensure a successful outcome. So one of the things he mentioned is to be really effective. He found that he needed to be ruthless about prioritization. So it's for him and many other people like him who are very creative thinkers, it's really to come up with new ideas, and if you had the resources to launch new products. But what's harder is creating successful products. And he found over the course of running his company that in order to be successful, he had to learn to prioritize. So he, by focusing on the high priority, high impact things first, making sure that the organization was aligned with that, then you can really come up with successful products and become an effective leader. So really important tip from a founder, but also a highly effective product leader. So really important insight from a company leader, a CEO, a product leader, a founder, that is very valuable for anyone who wants to do product management. So be able to prioritize. Another insightful talk that we had in Product.ph was from Brian McKiernan, who actually spoke several times for us in Product.ph. At the time, he was vice president of products at a fintech company. He was leading a team of product managers for a venture-backed company that was in the early stages. And one of the things he talked about was his experience getting to product market fit, which is really, if you're in an early stage company, you're in a startup, is really like one of the first really important milestones for an early stage company. In his talk, he talked about really understanding the market, designing a product that really fits the needs of the market, in order to be able to find product market fit, or that point in the life cycle of a product, or really in a journey of a company, where they're able to validate that what they had built is actually meeting the needs of the market they were targeting. And so he was able to share things like, when they knew that they were able to find product market fit, the changes that need to happen in terms of product design and product process, and in terms of from an organizational perspective, how things needed to kind of change to be able to achieve product market fit, and what needed to change after achieving product market fit. So as a product manager, especially in an early stage company like a startup, you will ultimately be measured by the success of your product. And one of the early measures of success is finding that product market fit, that point in time where you have people who find value in your product and really find that it's solving the problem, a key problem or the pain point that you had identified and why you had built the product in the first place. So in order to do that, Brian had shared like how they needed to really understand the needs of the market, and how he led the organization to be more market focused and really find and measure the ways by which their intended target market would find their product, get awareness of the product, and find utility and find value from the product. So very, very insightful talk. So another interesting talk that we had at Product.ph was from Yang Zhang. And her talk was entitled "Pushing the Product Envelope." And at the time when she talked at Product.ph, she was transitioning into a new role as managing director of a fintech company that was that's in payments. But at the time, she came from another fintech organization where she led product innovation and strategy. And in her talk, she shared how it was very important as a product manager, as a product leader, to be constantly pushing for innovation, constantly pushing the product envelope, and trying to go for, at least in my understanding, like going for the really impactful outcomes. But sometimes when you're trying to do really innovative or really new things, it can be very difficult. It can be difficult because some people might not understand what you're trying to do, or it could be just very hard. Could be very risky. So one of the things she shared was how she was able to get the buy-in of the organization and the buy-in of her colleagues in that company she worked for, to agree with her to go on this maybe very impactful but maybe risky journey. And so she shared how it was very important to kind of build a business case for any ideas that you have, so that the organization can get behind it, can rally behind you, and to achieve that goal that you had set out. Now, earlier I talked about how as a product manager, you're really not managing people. You're managing a product, and but in order to achieve the goals that you want for your product, you have to work with people. You have to be able to lead by influence. And one of the ways you can do that is by creating a solid rationale for why people should follow you, should do what you've set out, should to get buy-in for your ideas, especially for those that can be quite risky or can be quite bold. And so Yang had shared one of the things that had served her well, which was creating like a business case for her ideas. And really it's all about being strategic, being a strategic thinker, thinking about the impact of what you're trying to do, getting people to understand, what the vision that you have, what you're trying to the outcome that you're trying to achieve, getting people to kind of buy into it, get their support, so that they can rally behind you, and it's really having like a strategic mindset, and that's really what I found interesting from Yang Yang's talk. The other talk that we had in Product.ph, and is really something that centered around one of the key skills that an effective product manager should have. And this is something that I shared myself, from drawing from my own experience as a product manager. And really, it was all about how to say no. So one of the things so I had worked in a very large software company, and I had to work with a lot of stakeholders, multiple stakeholders, many of them in many different countries, in a variety of roles and functions, and many of them, was because we were a software product company. Many of them, felt that their success was really tied into the success of the product. And so they had a lot of ideas, on what the product should do and should have for us to be able to sell more, or for us to succeed in the marketplace, to win against our competitors, to enter a new market, and so on. Now, often these points of view may conflict, or may detract you from the important goals of the organization, or can be valuable, but maybe not yet timely for the organization from a resource standpoint, or from a timing standpoint. So one of the things I learned very early as a product manager, to be an effective product manager, is really just to learn the skill of saying no. Now, the importance of saying no all boils down to focus, and the importance of focus. To quote Steve Jobs, people think focus means saying yes to the thing you've got to focus on. But he said that's not what it means at all. It means saying no to the 100 other good ideas that are out there. He says you have to, to be effective, you really have to pick carefully. He said he's actually proud of the things that Apple hasn't done than the things that they have done, because saying no to the 100 other things had allowed them to focus on that one good thing that had allowed them to make insanely great products, and therefore ultimately become an insanely great company. So really important, I think, and closely tied to being strategic and ruthlessly prioritizing. Another very interesting talk that we had in Product.ph was from Bit Santos. So at the time, Bit Santos was the CTO of a very well-known company in e-commerce called OLX. Of course, now he's in venture capital, but he had shared about the lessons he learned while building products at OLX. So at the time, he was the CTO, and one of the things that he mentioned in his talk was, as an organization, because he was leading an entire product development organization, oftentimes they would get pulled into different directions, right? And for him, it was important to kind of understand why they were doing something, to have a firm grasp of why they were doing something, right? And have a true North Star, right? Have a clear guide on what they were trying to achieve. Because as the company grew, and as they got pulled into different strategic directions, Um, um, it was important that they stayed true to their to the vision that they had, to the mission that they had within the company. Um, and it was also important that to be able to communicate that to his team, to be able to, as a leader, to be able to provide that that um, that constant, that thing that um, kept the team and the organization stable, even in the midst of great instability. So I thought that was really really interesting. What was also interesting about Bitstock was even though there were, certain constants like the whys, um, and the house, you mentioned how culture is very important in giving guidance on how they would do things, and the importance of actively managing and shaping the culture in the organization. That didn't mean that, that things don't change. He went on to share a little bit about, the company's journey from an independent company to something that was owned by a global, multinational, and how they had to also adapt and change over time as well, and how their processes and how they did things also had to change as the organization as a whole had to change. But the main takeaway that I got from that talk was, how, as a product leader, um, you have to be able to provide that leadership for your team, in order to become effective. So to actively, share share the vision, share the mission, share the whys. Why are we doing this? What's the importance of the thing that they're doing? And also actively manage and shape the culture, and also prepare the organization for change, because change does happen all the time. So really, what I was really impressed by the leadership that Bit had to do to become effective in his role at OLX. And finally, um, we also had this very very interesting talk from Angela Obayos Tubian, um, who is fairly well known in the user experience community. She came from a design leadership role from a media company in ABS-CBN. She's now head of product design at a major bank. But one of the things she talked about in one of the product page sessions was, the importance of being user-centered, right? That behind the analytics and the data that you measure and you tend to focus on as a product manager, that there are real people using your product, and to be thoughtful of how your product affects them. And so that was, I think, a really powerful statement. And she talked about, having empathy, really having empathy for your users, and understanding, you know the pains, the pains that they have, the problems that you're trying to solve for them, and really being aware of how your product can affect them, and being conscious of maybe unintended consequences of how you design your product. Um, so it's really having a user focused or user centered approach to building product. So from Angela's talk, I really learned about how to become effective as a product manager. Um, you you really have to keep the needs of your users at the center. Um, it should really start with, understanding who they are, going out and talking to them, really having empathy, for you know for their needs, for their wants, for their desires, for their problems, for their pain. Um, that that, that as an effective product manager, you should really be looking at it from, making decisions from the perspective of your users so that you can really create effective and valuable products. So to recap, I shared a little bit about what a product manager is and what the product manager does. And more importantly, I shared a little bit of, some insights into what I think what an effective product manager is. So to summarize, these are the things that are the secrets, if you will, of effective product managers. So effective product managers are first and foremost problem solvers. So from the talk of Joshua Pelago, he talked about how effective product managers understand very deeply the problem that they're trying to solve so that they can create products that solve those problems. From the talk of David Bell, effective product managers need to be effective decision makers. They have to be able to prioritize and be decisive. From the talk of Brian McKiernan, he shared how effective product managers should be market oriented and how, in order to be effective, that you should be able to really understand your market so you can achieve product market fit. From the talk of Yang Zhang, what I got from her talk was really how to be strategic, how to achieve impactful outcomes, and how to be able to get your organization to achieve those outcomes. Effective product managers, I feel, should also be effective communicators. And part of that is being able to manage very well the expectations of stakeholders, and if needed, being able to say no so that you can achieve the goals and objectives you have for your product. Effective product managers are also leaders. Again, product managers may not be responsible for people, but they still should be able to lead by influence and have the key leadership qualities, like things like visionary and being mission oriented to become really effective in their role. And finally, effective product managers are user-centered in their thinking. Really, product managers are there in the organization to be the voice of the customer. So that concludes my talk for this year's Tech Week. I'd like to thank you for joining me in this session. Again, my name is John Alvin Pabellon from the Product.ph community, a community for people doing product management in the Philippines. If you would like to learn more, if you're someone who's aspiring to be a product manager, or if you're already a product manager, but you're trying to find ways to be more effective in your role, please do join us at Product.ph. You can visit our Facebook group at facebook.com/group/Product.ph. Or if you would like to be updated on our next meetup or our next talk, visit meetup.com/Product.ph. Or if you would like to read more about previous talks and some of the previous events we've hosted, visit our website at productph.org. Again, this has been John Alvin Pabellon of Product.ph. Thank you very much.
All right. So thank you so much, Sir John, for that very wonderful talk. So now we are on our Q&A. So everyone, you are open to throw in your questions. Just message us and post it on the comment box. Anyone who has a question. Okay, so while waiting for the question, I have a personal question for that. With that, me personally, I really like to. I would love to take on a product management career. Although, um, how, especially in our industry, so employers would require you to have certifications, right? Before they hire you, they would require you certification. So, what advice could you give to people who would like to pursue the being a product manager even without getting the certification?
Right. So the nice thing about product management is, so a lot of the people I've met, and even the people we've gotten as like speakers in past product.ph events, are not certified at all, are not necessarily certified in product management or product ownership or project management or any of the related disciplines. A lot of them were just some of them got into it because they founded their own company, so they had to be the primary product manager. They had to develop a product and be the first manager in the organization. But others that I've met and I've worked with, they kind of stumbled into the role because they were that they displayed the qualities that I kind of mentioned, that they had. They were really into the problem that they wanted. They were in love with the problem that they wanted to solve it. They were great communicators. Many of them were very strategic. They're strategic thinkers. They had natural leadership qualities. They knew how to lead even without formal authority. And many of them also, showed the rest of the organization how to think strategically, and how to essentially represent the customer within the organization. So that's how, I guess, my best advice on how to get into product management. It's not necessarily by certification.
So skills really matter, right? So we have
Skills,
here.
passion.
Okay. So we have here questions from our participants. Let's have this one first. Any insights on how to retain users, minimizing churn rate?
Sure. So there's different there's different ways on how to minimize churn, right? And a lot of it depends on like the nature of your product and the nature of the business, right? So at a high level, it depends on whether you have a B2B product, or you're selling to other businesses, or if you have a B2C product. But ultimately, what's important is to, like I said, if you design the product to meet the needs of your users. So if you understand the problem that that your users have, that your customers have, and you design a product that meets and solves those problems for them, ultimately that's the best advice I can give to minimize churn. The rest are tactics, but the most strategically important is to design and build a product that meets your customers' needs.
All right. So I hope that answers the question. Let's proceed with the next question. How would you communicate product delays with a client?
That often happens. So it's the nature of our industry, right? Especially in tech. Well, number one, you have to manage expectations very clearly. In software, I've always found that in our industry, the tech industry in particular, software is a very creative industry. So some of the things that we do, because it's a creative endeavor, it's very hard to sometimes plan it in advance. So that's why, diba, if you work with in teams today, right, many of them have embraced like a more iterative approach, where they break down let's say a product development or a project into smaller sprints, what they call sprints, smaller iterations, so that they can manage the expectations of their stakeholders more clearly. So instead of aiming for a 6-month project, the chances are will get delayed. I mean, statistically speaking, it's almost a sure thing they'll get delayed. They break down that project into 2-week iterations. So each 2-week iteration, they can inspect and adapt and see how, if they're on track, if they're not, and if they're not, they can course correct very quickly. And so the delay becomes a thing of the past. It's just every 2 weeks you ship something, you develop something, and every 2 weeks you have something, you have a working product. So delays become a non-issue.
Mm-hmm. For our next question, one of the common challenges a PM face would be difficult stakeholders who just wouldn't listen to your pitch or solution despite your research and data. Do you have any advice on how we can handle this?
Yeah. So from my experience, I mean, you have to. So my professor once said, you have to help them tune into their favorite radio station. And what is that favorite radio station? It's WIIFM. What's in it for me, right? So you have to frame what you're saying in the way that they understand, and in a way that where they can understand what's in it for them, how it will benefit them, or how it will meet their needs, right? So especially, like, I've seen this a lot with many teams, like especially if the product manager is also very technical and you're working with a very technical team, you have to, when you're communicating to your stakeholders who are typically like business people, you have to be able to couch your argument in business terms, like how is this going to increase revenue, or how is this going to save cost or reduce risk. So if you're able to frame it that way, you say it in the language that they understand and the benefits that they feel are relevant to them, then it's easier to convince them.
So yeah, I hope that answers the question. So we have one last question for tonight. How do we know that the problem we're actually trying to solve for our product is the actual problem that should be solved? Is there any way for us to identify this before launch or deployment?
Very, very, very easy. Just go out, talk to your customers, or talk to your prospective customers. Go out of your, if you can't go out because of COVID, schedule a Zoom meeting, call them up, have a conference like this, ask them questions, like ask them, what's their pain point, how are they solving the problem right now, what is it, have they tried your product, what about your product they like, what about the product they don't like. That's how you know if it's solving a problem for them, right? So go out and talk to them.
So do you have more questions from you guys? Anyone who'd like to throw in their questions? I think we have none. Right. So yeah, I think no one's posting anymore. So I think that would be our last question for tonight for you, Sir John. Thank you so much for that very wonderful talk. I know our participants have gained a lot, or perhaps they still have a few questions in mind. Baka nahihiya lang yung iba. So for those, maybe you could tell them where to contact you, sir.
Yeah, so please, if you have more questions, or you wanna network with other would-be product managers, people who also like to get into product management or already product managers, please join our Facebook group, facebook.com/group/product.ph, or visit our website, product.ph.org. Or if you want to reach out to me, just look for me, Jan Pabellon, in LinkedIn, and just add me. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right. So once again, thank you so much, Mr. John Pabellon of Product.ph, for giving us your time tonight and for gracing us with your wonderful talk. Once again, thank you so much, sir, and have a great night.
Have a good night. Good evening, everyone. Thank you.
All right. So we are done with our sessions. And now we proceed with our... Okay, let me just proceed with our announcement of winners. So for those who participated in our We will be announcing the winners. All right, so congratulations to all of our winners. So we have 6 winners, by the way, for the photos of the day. So we have here Daryl Claire.ph, although I can't really read, or yeah, it's too small. I can't read the caption. Let's just look at their pictures. Okay, so we have here, Coach Rai 34 from Twitter, Gavin Kit from Twitter, Mahel.ph Tech Week, okay, with her notebook to take down notes from Twitter also. So from Twitter, Christian Pitogo with her very cute baby. And also from Twitter, at Reclusion Perp. Congratulations to all of our winners and thank you so much for participating. All right. Also, our winners for the decoded raffle, galing. So we have here mga yung nakakita ng mga codes. So we have 13, right? Yeah, 13 winners of our decode raffle. So we have Bezrael, Kenneth, too many names. Okay, so just contact the team to claim your prizes. So once again, congratulations to all of our winners and thank you so much for all our participants who joined with us tonight. So with that being said, that is the last part of our event for tonight. And take note, guys, we are just on our day 2. So we still have a lot of talks, a lot of interesting topics that will be tackled. So see you tomorrow for another tech talks all throughout the week. We still have up until Saturday. Okay, so be sure to join and listen to our interesting talks. Once again, this has been your host for tonight. My name is Isai and see you tomorrow, everyone. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
We would like to thank the following co-presenters: Microsoft, Manulife, Filta Global, We would like to thank the following co-presenters: Microsoft, Manulife, Filta Global, Gold Sponsor, Prosple, Silver Sponsor, Apper.ph, Participating Communities, AWS User Group Philippines, PWA Pilipinas, Angular Philippines, DigitalOcean Manila, Mozilla Philippines, Philippine Web Designers Organization, Product.ph, Python Philippines, Women Who Code Manila, DevCon, Drupal Pilipinas, ulap.org, Ministry of Testing Philippines, React.js Philippines, Syntactics Pink, VR Philippines, WordPress User Group Philippines, Supporting Communities, Bicol IT, Google Developers Group Cagayan de Oro, Internet Society Philippines Chapter, Mobile.net Developers Philippines, UXPH, and Pizza Pie. To everyone, thank you!